Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba. Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku kudileo. Kuwa kudileo.
On the spoon to get
Yes, what
your
you
information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Yes, what you about today?
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand tongue with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba. Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku kudileo. Kuwa kudileo.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Beseku, kudileo. Kudileo.
To the spoon to get
Yes, what
your
you
information. To the spoon.
Okay, folks, tune to Spoon to get your information, tune to Spoon to know what's happening in Liberia, what's happening across the ministries, the agencies, what the policymakers are doing, to know exactly what the trending news, what the issues are that are confronting Liberians. This is where you get all of those plus so much more. You get authentic information here, objective analysis from the diverse panel here every night, and making sure that you can be up to speed on part with what's happening in the country. And beyond that, you get to engage with the policymakers. You get to ask those critical questions that are on your minds. And we also afford you the time where you can talk about those different issues of concerns, be it political issues, the economic situations, sanitation, education, the health sector, or maybe you just want to talk about social, religious issues. We allot the first segment of the program to all of you to speak out on those different issues of concerns. So I'd like to say welcome. Thanks to all of you tonight for joining us on this edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk, and we're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and a host of other radio stations across the country, thanks to our partner radio station across Liberia that are always relaying the program, making sure that Liberians, regardless of where they are, can get the information. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, thanks to Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and of course, Gibi FM in Karatama, Gibi County. Radio Yalaman in Seclipia, Nima County is one of those stations that recently started to relay the program as well. We want to appreciate all of you across the country for joining us tonight on Spoon Talk across Radio Land. We're also streaming online across several platforms. Our social media handles are Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We live on YouTube as well, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. I want to welcome everyone. I see a lot of you have already started engaging in the comment section. Kindly share the program as you come on tonight. Let's hope we can have a great interaction. The show tonight is going to be very informative, very engaging, considering the happenings across the country. Today has been a very engaging Monday up Capitol Hill. Mondays are usually quiet up Capitol Hill, but on the contrary, we saw a very engaging Monday today. So we are going to uh, make the most of it, and with the CEO and the rest of the team coming on, you can be assured that you're going to get all of the information here, in-depth analysis on the different happenings of Capitol Hill, and what to expect, especially in the coming days, considering that the majority black kickstart the budget hearing today, the official opening. There was tension up Capitol Hill. Well, a lot of you followed the program from the very start, when some of the folks, the lawmakers, were in the center of the back and forth that happened up Capitol Hill. Some security officers, Liberia National Police officers, complained about being attacked today by some lawmakers. Well, there are other lawmakers who said they were being prevented from entering the premises of the Capitol building. And yes, why others talking about ordinary Liberians, had their own experiences of Capitol Hill today. In the midst of all the back and forth, the majority black succeeded in conducting in having the official opening of the budget hearing, something which a lot of people have been looking forward to. The finance minister and other officials of the executive were there today. Prior to today, there was a caveat sent out from the speaker, Councillor Kofa, of the minority bloc, warning folks from the executive not to get involved with this. The communication came out, and the majority bloc also put up their communication that they would have had the official opening of the budget hearing today, which was resisted from the very start. But then later, due to huge security presence of Capitol Hill, calm was restored, and they continued the process there. So these are some of the issues that have been happening across the country today. A lot more coming up here very shortly. My name is Nelson Colette. We're going to go to the phone lines and take some of your calls. Let's hear what your thoughts are. What is it that you would like to talk about today? Whether about the issues, the unfolding. And interestingly, we saw again up Capitol Hill the rededication of the vehicles, previously dedicated, turned over to the staffers there of Capitol Hill by Councillor Kofa today. Speaker Kuhn of the majority bloc turned those vehicles over and gave one to the deputy chief clerk, the director of press, a bus coming as well for the staffers, and all of that. Councillor Kofa spoke briefly to the press today when he said that there's a need. In fact, he's disappointed in the executive. He expressed disappointment in the Liberia National Police and thought that they're taking a side. He stressed the need for calm to be restored at the House of Representatives, so as to make sure that the Liberian people's job can go on, and a lot more. But let's hope we can get more details on all of these happenings coming your way here tonight. And again, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Let's go to the phone lines and take your calls on 0555 101075, 0555 101075. is the number to call. We're gonna put the WhatsApp up as well, so that in case you want to make your contribution from that end, you can go right ahead and do that. 0555 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. This is Spoon Talk. We are live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, and a host of other radio stations across the country. Let's go to the phone line and talk to our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello, sir.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
My name is this Promo, and I'm called from Dubolo.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
I want to appreciate the Liberia National Police for their hard work today at Capitol Building. You know, before the incident, there were a lot of podcasts from the minority black threatening the peace of this country. So the police was infected. And we saw the behavior of these civil breaking tables on the national police, attacking the national police. I think that was wrong. If for any reason they felt offended, they should have gone back to the Supreme Court instead of behaving the way they were behaving today. That's wrong. Father Cooper should know that that position, it is not belonging to him. You were elected by majority, and to the majority, we don't want you. You should do the honorable thing and keep our peace. Other than that, the citizens, we are with against them. Yeah. But the attitude today, we saw Yeke Kolba, we saw Marvin Ko, who said he from the National Patriotic Front of Liberia. He did not find what the inner of us here. Marvin Ko, if I stand up before you, I can't say a word.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your input. Yeah.
To where you are, then you want to break that peace. But
Let's
protect the peace.
Let's hold you there. Let's hold you there and take another person. Let's hope we can have 30 seconds at most 45 seconds per call, so as to get more people making their inputs tonight. Hello, you are live on the show. Let's hear you.
All right, thank you, Damo. Is Damo right?
This is Nelson speaking. Go ahead.
Okay, Nelson, sorry, because I just got on the video. Thank you. Today I did watch the video on that which happened at the Capitol today, for which I say I want to condemn all parties, because that's actually the image of Liberia to the other people. Let's look at the issue of the police, noting that they are from the executive branch and then attacking another branch of government, first branch of government. I watched it, they were the first. Even though the people did like it, the first I was throwing the baton while the people were pushing them.
Okay.
People Mary Cole then went inside and started throwing their decks, their chair on them to get out of that Capitol building. And that was wrong. They are executing. And now things, Liberians on things. Now, if it was there, we are touching a lot of things in this country, and we will set another record.
Thank you.
We have. I come in.
You have to wrap up, sir. So we take another.
Okay. Now we removed Cabinet Janet in this country. We went to court and we did not take note on that. We have removed 2 speakers. There's a third speaker. So we're not taking note on that. They have leave the judiciary. They have come to the legislature. Very soon we will start going to the executive, and we are not taking note on that.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Hello, your name and where you call from? Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Hello? Yeah, Nelson?
Yes, sir. You're live on the show.
Okay, my name is Cyrus Johnson.
Okay.
I put in this email from the Massive Rescue Mission Information Hall, to be specific, where New Jersey Town Center.
Mm-hmm.
And let me say thanks again to the CEO who always gives this opportunity to speak our mind related to our country. And let me say this category clear, Brother Nelson. The national legislature. Hello. Okay. The national legislature is a full branch of government, and Liberians voted in to do the work. Today, while we're portrayed by our stakeholder at the first branch of government, you see, for our Cyrus Johnson, I will tell people that I condemn it.
Okay, thank you.
And even the former speaker should stop this.
Thanks a lot.
The former speaker is Richard Namekun.
Let's hold you there and take another person.
People want to see those people to do the people work.
Hello, your name and where you call from? Okay, 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm Lincoln fan, calling you from Bonus Farm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you ever so much to the spoon for what information that I've been providing to the Liberian people. I've been following the information from this morning up to this time. Thank you ever so much. But what I want to say to the people, to our lawmaker, is that Liberia is not a personal property. We should not have the supreme law, which is the Constitution, that every time we continue to forgo the Constitution and do our own thing. Hello? Yeah, so as I was saying, our legislature should not be suspending the supreme law, which is the Constitution, and doing their own thing. For whatsoever the majority bloc is doing, they are doing it at their own will. It is not in the interest of the Liberian people. For one fact is, whenever any of these ministers or the appointees make any mistake, you see the same lawmakers summary, they're quoting the same Constitution to them.
Thank you.
Go by the Constitution. If they are obeying the Constitution, so are they people in Liberia that are not supposed to go by the Constitution?
Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is our chairman for the Black people of my calling on the Luton tonight.
Go ahead.
Let me begin by speaking to the CEO and the panelist. CEO, we begging you. We are not part of the group of 72nd. Just that you're talking about people saying that right at the moment we are disabled, we just go there to I'm the chairman, I'll tell you the call extra. Please, this time come around my airport. You don't part of we're not part of the group of 72nd. Now all this small part of them go right at the moment.
Thank you.
Let me go to the precaution quickly. And let me say to that of French Regency, happy belated birthday. That of French Regency. So lacking all the chance to give us for lawmakers, all of them not enter that rule of law. For police pepper spray on your colleagues that in recession, that rule of law for establishing deputy minister making a cartaya flag, that rule of law. These are the people that are holding the rule of law. So that's the whole rule of law.
Thank you.
So, officer, that obviously now the minority holding the rule of law. Oh,
thank you. Thanks a lot. You know that the Regis is probably in the background as you calling your name. We'll take two more calls and then we go back now to bring that to Regis and the rest of the team. Hello, your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, my friend and brother Nelson Kola.
Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Jirin Kakwa, calling from Banga City, Bonkanda this evening.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, Nelson, I was so ashamed today to see my two lawmakers from District 3 and 5 put themselves in hooliganism today. It shocked me to see them behaving like that. The Supreme Court ruling is clear. Nobody wants any case. They only told you to go back to start off, but they're using it, misleading the public, telling the people that they want case.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the final caller. Hello?
Sir, good evening.
Yes, an email. Where are you calling from?
Clarence came and calling from Ghana.
Let's hear you quickly, Clarence.
No, nothing to just be very frank. Rule of law. I think the minority always speaking on rule of law, and everybody looking at them. Oh, you cannot tell rule of law to be violent. You lock door, the people left and go sit in another area. You want you remove the chair, they stay there. Pepper spray, they stay there. And today again, we saw. Look at what we saw. How will you lock all again? No one enter? You know the Senate in there. I mean, when you preaching rule of law, I mean, contact the court. Even if the result comes from Supreme Court and you see the people not buy by A, go back to Supreme Court with your complaint.
Thank you.
But look at how they looking. I mean, in the kind of foreign manner. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let's hold you there now and go across the table. Let me bring Dr. Richardson on. Hello, Dr. Richardson. Welcome.
Yep.
Happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you, Nelson. How are you doing? It's good to see you.
Yes, I'm doing well, and I'm glad that we're here again. And yeah, interestingly, on the birthday celebration, we're somewhere setting the minister up.
Yeah, I saw that, but I know you guys were thinking about me, so I'm happy to be here today. It was a quiet day. I'm at the place in my life where, there was one time on the birthday that I would go out all night and have a good time, but when you get to, there's a season for everything, there's a time for everything, and
Yeah.
just spending quality time with my family. I have two younger daughters who actually, well, one was born on my birthday and the other one the next day. So I pass on the platoon to have a good time and enjoy the day. That's their season now. So yeah, but yes. So let me just say hello to my fellow panelists as well, and to the audience. I want to just welcome you to Spoon. It's another day. It's important that we all are involved in the discourse that is happening in our country right now. We can't stop talking, so I'd like to welcome Isaac Vatukba on. Isaac, I know you're in Liberia in studio, which is good, and also Dwalu. Dwali is also, it's good to see you as well. So much to talk about, so much to talk about our country. We really have to be thinking strongly about Liberia in the next couple of days, but we're not going to give up. I'm sure you guys share the sentiment of not giving up. We're going to continue fighting and talking and finding ways to at least drop some knowledge wherever it lands, in your head, in your ear. That's why we're here for, and you're going to experience the diversity in thoughts. Uh, a lot of tolerance will be happening as well. We try to exercise that. Sometimes, we might not do it to the best, but that's the goal. Um, and actually, sometimes, you know, um, you got to be strong. You got to be strong. But yeah, Nelson, I want to circle back to you. It's good to hear everybody comments, and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah. Thanks as well, Dr. Richardson. And I think Mr. Dwalu is already on, and Mr. Ava, who made his way to studio today. But yeah, we've taken calls now. We've concluded with the call in segment. So I think it's just over to you, Dr.
Okay.
Richardson.
But yeah, Dwali and Ava, actually, you were here before. Anything you'd like to add before? I know Stanton's probably coming on shortly.
Yeah, I say go. He's in studio out there. They hear what's going on in Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
So Vatopa,
I got to mute.
No, you don't have
I'm
to.
Good.
good.
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. And the funny thing is, when you're in Liberia, sometimes you order the news cycle. You're not
Yes.
in the news. You involved with so many things that are actively going on. You just hear people say, "Oh, something going on at the Capitol. Oh, some lawmaker doing something," and then after the fact, you come to people and then like, "Oh, this happened, that happened." Like, what? So I was surprised with all the happenings today. I would like, some of the comments here may probably be more informed than I am, but just the fact that our lawmakers, 1/3 of the highest level of government, consistently embarrass this country, whether it's from the so-called, minority black or whatever they are, or the so-called majority black. The actions are just disgraceful, and it's just disappointing that those who should be role models for these young people cannot, you know, carry themselves with any serious decorum and respect for their position, forget about respect for people they are serving and representing, just themselves. Yeah, personal pride, personal self-esteem, personal ego.
Something happened to Ava. We can't hear him.
Huh?
Now we can hear you. For you went low for a little bit. Now we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I went low.
Yeah. You were talking about the respect for the young people.
Yes,
And
these, whether they like it or not, they are role models,
yes.
or they represent some level of role model. Our
Mhm.
country is so political centric that most of the young people, as we assess them, and where they want to be. And mostly, public administration, politics, they want to be in that position where they see the people with the bling, the people with the money, the people with quote unquote the titles and the respect. So they need to carry themselves in a certain way. They need to hold themselves accountable. They need to use their whatever they have as a code of conduct. They need to make it active and relevant to themselves. There have been so many labels to them: renegade lawmakers, rebel lawmakers, just insulting them. And it takes away from the substance of that position if they continue to be like this, where the Liberian people look at them as, immaterial to really running the country, even though they are the key decision makers. They drive nearly everything. And for them to not be aware of the position they hold and how impactful they are on the kind of decisions this country makes or what direction the country going is just frustrating sometimes. So, I don't want to waste my time on them. I prefer to talk about some of the positive things, whether it's the water and sewer, strategic plan I'm involved with, whether it's the Ministry of Commerce, medium and small enterprises, conference they're having where the president will be out tomorrow. They did registration today, and hopefully I'll be there day after tomorrow on the third day to participate and see what I can learn. So there's just some things that are going on that should capture our attention. Unfortunately, this stuff has been in the news for months, and it is captivating from a negative news standpoint. But really, it shouldn't be like it is. People should step up and be the big people in the room and lead us the way they're supposed to lead.
I agree. I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Francine. Hey, Fatima, hurry and get here. How you doing, man? To the audience, man, thank you for coming.
Not to interrupt you. Fatima got to check with you before she can count on.
Well, man.
Actually, in the audience, that's why
I say hello, bye. Don't give me a hard time. Look, I say you said something, and sometimes when we do say certain things, people say we are knocking down the legislature or the lawmakers. Let's be frank. Look at the caliber of people we put in the legislature. Not all of them. Obviously, there are some excellent guys in there and girls in there. But look at the caliber of people we put in the legislature. Do you think they fully understand the ramifications of their actions as it pertains to the development of the country? They don't fully grasp that concept. For a lawmaker to even overturn a table or even the way you talk. Look, let me explain something to you. And someone you always say, oh, Dwali, you won't behave holier than thou. This is not my intent. If you occupy a certain position in your society, there are certain things you cannot do anymore. By virtue of that office, you're elevated yourself above the frail. Certain things you cannot do them anymore. Not because you are incapable of doing them, because whatever you do represent or reflects on the country, be it positively or negatively. This is not a suggestion that you cannot be a human being. You cannot go to a drinking bar or you cannot dance buka in your private time in the confines of your house, because everything you do reflects on the country, whether you want this or not. So when we talk about the caliber of people that go into the legislature, what positions were they in before did they come to government? That's a question that we have to ask. Most, I would say 80% of our officials, they were in any kind of prominent position, with the exception of the government job. I'll say mention the issue about every young person in the country wants to study political science and the social sciences of politics, because this is where the money is. This is where the money is. And anybody who has any prominence in the country, the only way he or she can garner that prominence is he got to go to government. Name a few people in the country, 5, 6, 10 people in the country that has no affiliation of any kind whatsoever with government that we can point to and we say this person is somebody to emulate or somebody to want to be like. Everybody is from government. This is where they make the money. When they come to government, all of a sudden they can own gas stations, they can own this, they can own that. When they leave government, they can barely run the widow market. And we know with complete certainty that they were not running that operation out of their own intellect. They were using government resources, keep funneling into something that was actually filling what were being held up by the government itself. Look, we talk, and it shames me in every single time when I see my country, something that we are capable of flying, yet and still we continue to lie on our belly like a snake, and we continue to crawl in the mud when we can elevate far above the dirtiness and soar with the rest of the countries on the planet. But yet and still, we are the least in everything. We are not making any serious decisions. And for me, I'm a little disappointed that the president has kept quiet on this issue. The president has to speak. This is not a suggestion that he's taking side. But the leader of a country, when the country appears as though everything is disorganized, you have to say something, sir. You have to say something and create a new direction for the country, or let the legislators know that, listen, guys, the representation of this government that's not what I want the image of this country to be. And we are defining the image negatively from the legislature. And the president must speak to reorient the country, so to speak. Dr. Francine.
Yeah, Dwala, I agree with you wholeheartedly that the president must speak. We must have a leader that will get our country in gear in moving forward. I read what Senator Amar kind of had to say today on his page, and a lot of what you're saying and what I have to say resonates with what he wrote. He talked about no major law being passed in 2024. That is not how a legislature is supposed to function. We have tons and tons of problems in the country that the legislature should be addressing, that should have addressed in 2024. He said no major law passed in 2024. That is concerning. He talked about a limited investment in 2024 regarding the budget, regarding our people, investment in our people, and even in Liberian-owned businesses. You know, this is something that could have been discussed in 2024. At least get the energy flowing, the engine going with these issues, okay? And we still have a lot of problems. He recognized the problem in the rising prices, although the exchange rate may be stable, but we still have rising prices in going on in the country. He talked about the electricity issue, you know, the issue that we can hear more generator sounds than we can hear, you know, the sounds of, you know, electrical run air condition in places, or you know, or serious national electrical phones on your desk. You know, they still have desk phones in offices. You know, I still have one in my office, although it's not used regularly. The prevalency of drugs. He talked about that. You know, that we are missing the opportunities to address the drug issue. Nobody's talking about it now, but it is a problem in our country, and we need to get back to those things. And that's what the legislature is for. You guys are the one who oversee these issues. You know, you represent the people. The people are suffering from drugs. That's a great need for us to address this issue. All right, you guys are not doing that, and you should be making laws. That's what we want you to be doing. He asked for President Buckeye to show leadership. You know, today, not that I'm not in favor of any particular person. I hate calling names, but I heard the speaker today talked about his disappointment that the executive branch is still having hearings with the majority bloc, despite the Supreme Court ruling. So that is very disappointing to me. Who is behind this? Who is behind this removal is becoming increasingly clear to me when the executive branch is still meeting and having hearings with the majority bloc that the Supreme Court ruled unconstitutional. They're sitting, SITTING. Yes, it's unconstitutional. That means the plenary that they're having is unconstitutional. That means that the minority can force them to go to session, or else that's remedy, I'm sure, in the Constitution, that maybe perhaps the Speaker will have to write the National Election Commission and say they're not coming to work. You guys are being paid. I cannot imagine Dwalu and Ava and Uncle Sam just getting money for free. I cannot imagine taking an oath to do a job, and not at my age. You know, these people are not young people either. Okay, to not do the job. I'm here struggling today because it's the end of the semester. I think you guys are laughing at me in the chat room that I can't even have fun because I have a commitment, a deadline that I have to meet to submit my grades and to make sure that I grade effectively, efficiently, and fairly. But I can't. I would love to be able to engage in a chat room discussion, but I can't not at this moment, you know, or earlier moment. So, Uncle Sam, I'm going to pass the word to you. The legislature must stand. Our executive commander in chief must stand.
Well, you know something. It is very sad, but I mean, unfortunately, this is not, unique to Liberia anymore. Let's just be very, very clear about that. The whole world is going down the tubes. If you look at the United States, a convicted felon, a serial philanderer, a man who grabs the innards of women, and I mean January 6th, where he motivated thousands of people to invade the legislature. It's going to pardon them. So look, so if the country that's supposed to be the moral authority of the world and supposed to be the leader of the world, if they're behaving like that, what do you expect? And if you look at the entire region of West Africa, it's gradually sinking into military dictatorships. Look at Mali, look at Niger, look at Burkina Faso, and look at Guinea, we're right on our border, right? And there is no moral leadership in the world today to speak to any, look what's just happening in Syria. Assad was overthrown. So yes, we come back to Liberia. The framers of the Constitution believe that legislators will be men and women of integrity, and they will believe they will be honest, they'll be patriotic, right? They will not flout the decisions of the Supreme Court, because there is no rational person, who can read. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that the Supreme Court ruled against them. They said the actions were ultra-virus. Their actions were ultra-virus. Ultra-virus means that beyond their powers. But like I said before to y'all, even if the ruling was crystal clear, the ruling in the Evan Snow case was crystal clear. It was clear, but they refused to go back under the gavel of Evan Snow. So what we have is a lawless country, and when you have a lawless country and you keep, nibbling at democracy, you keep nibbling at these kinds of things that glue a country together. And Liberia is an extremely fragile country with weak institutions. I went there today just to see, when the tension cooled, I just went out there. It was like, it's like a zoo. A complete zoo. And I saw Nelson. How you doing, my brother? I saw Nelson there today, and it's like a zoo, and I don't know, why we living like this, but there's nothing I can do about it, because if you talk, they will say because you're partial, because you're CDC, but they made this thing now strictly partisan. Those who support JMB and those who don't support JMB. So that's just the way it is. And unfortunately, I don't really want to take my time. I don't think it's an efficient use of my time and my energy to go back and forth on this matter. But for the purpose of Spoon, I'll just continue to express my opinion. But we're not going to get any. And tomorrow, I can tell you, from what I've been hearing from when I was there today from our people, just the brief period I spent there, tomorrow is going to be very, very, very critical, because there will be efforts to stop the majority from assembling and deliberating. So just be aware of that.
Stanton, we'll circle back to you at this moment. How you doing?
Dr. Richardson, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Eduardo, Abba, it's good to see you back. Uncle Sam, it's good to see you. Nelson, thanks a lot. First of all, we say thanks to all of the Spoon Network reporters. Great coverage today, and unfortunately, Dixon Siebel from District 16 decided to beat on Sylvester to the play. That which is wrong. Nelson, if you have the video, please get it ready. I don't know when we started fighting and putting our frustration on reporters. I know the country is in a tense position right now, but there should be no way that you beat on the young man, young women that just trying to cover what is happening in our country. I think this and see what should openly apologize and take some responsibility. It's wrong. It's very, very wrong. We saw you find yourself on. We didn't create this problem, Dualu. Your creator it. You guys are representing the people created it. What we really want to do is just to report it. This network is open to everyone. Everyone. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The side of Fonati and the side of Richard Kuhn. And for you, as a chair on one of those committees, and a father and a responsible man as you are, to end your frustration, go beat on the Liberia National Police that drove you from in front of the office of the Deputy Speaker. Go beat on those that that you're against. Why would you beat on Sylvester Chodoplay? And then tomorrow you will come and say you'll cover our event. I mean, this is embarrassment on national, international media, on national TV. This is a complete mess, complete embarrassment. Whether you're sedition or UPATES, in position, no position, whatsoever position you find yourself, it's a shame. I mean, I just came on the show to say this, man. This is a disgrace. This is a disgrace to the leadership. This is a disgrace. So, I mean, look at Nelson, look at Chodoplay, look at Damon, they're just trying to do the piece of job. If you're mad at the government, take it on the government. I mean, for you to be so fast to hit on one of this, I mean, he could be your son, Dixon Sibo. Get me Dixon Sibo picture. Maybe people don't know who he is. Representative of District 16. And Nelson, get that video also, please do. I want us to talk about this while we upload the rest of the video. What is happening in our country is an embarrassment. But let's just talk about this thing. Every one of us here, we marry, we have kids. And let's just get into it. There should be no way a lawmaker, I mean, you end your frustration on Sylvester Chodoplay. What did he do? Go ahead, Dwalu.
But now, even getting very you when you're talking, I getting very you because you're talking about you should apologize. He committed a crime. It's not in the and Chodoplay is not a child. He's a grown man. Let me say this. Look, these guys take power in the country, and because the entire country is rife with total impunity, they believe they can put their hands on another grown man and walk scot-free. This is not a matter of apology. He's not an honorable lawmaker. The issue of honorability implies behaving honorably. When you cross that honorability line, it should be taken from you. You should be arrested in handcuffs. This is an assault and battery. This is not something to discuss. You put your hand on me, I will blast you with a stick. I will defend myself. I don't care if you're a senator or whoever you are. My brother, for your home, how you put your hand on another grown man? I mean, still that man should be arrested. I mean, I ain't here for that thing. That man should be arrested.
And you didn't know that let me say, buddy, you're so right. But I mean, are you kidding me, man? Is that everybody too fast to put hands on those reporters, man? All they want ever is just to give the information to folks out there. I mean, come on, man. Texas people will understand you're crazy mad. But in your frustration on those folks that causing the problem, it has become a normal thing in Liberia that the any frustration on the reporters. I mean, what's going on here?
It's pure impunity. It's pure disrespect to the media, and we see that happen a lot. The assault on different members of the media, and like Dwalu said, that stuff is criminal. Assault is a crime, and if the justice minister and other people in government cannot see that citizens are being assaulted in these kind of situations, then who are they protecting? How are they, creating a stable environment? What if some relative or some friend or somebody wants to take revenge for whatever happened to that individual? So it's very, very disappointing that our lawmakers or people with power can abuse their power and use their people. And sometimes not only lawmakers, but it's just a prevalent impunity-driven society that we have. That people who are in positions of power whatever the dynamics is, whether it's just only two persons, a group of people, but the people in power tend to just abuse the other people, and sometimes it just accept their behavior and they get away with it. So I don't know, what started this. I don't know how it ended, but for the little snippets I saw and what I've heard from people independently, Dixon Civil Security was wrong. He himself didn't do it, but he, as the boss, had the authority to stop his employee or to just have them respect themselves and discipline themselves and not go after reporters. Look, these guys have chosen to be the stars in the country, the political stars, and they will be covered. The press will cover them. They cannot want the press only for them to spout the positives, the accolades, the accomplishments, or the lies. That's not the only reason the press is there for. So when the press is there trying to give factual and objective information, or even if it's negative information about them, it's not the right to assault these people. So, I don't want to say too much, but Stanton, it's just
I know we'll go into it. Nelson, is the video ready? Do you have it?
Not yet, sir. I'm trying to get
Okay,
it
let
ready.
me send it to you because it's in our chat room. Let me send it to you. So please upload it, and we'll get into this. Uncle Sam, before I go to that, Richard here and our brother Clinton. Uncle Sam, I want us to play the video once Nelson received this video. I want everybody to see. I know people are frustrated. The country, you were there today, Uncle Sam. I met you talking about it. I mean, what is going on? But let's talk about this Dixon Civil situation first. Then we'll talk about what is happening in the region. I gathered some information from Ghana. Liberia is all in the Ghanaians news. All in the Ghanaians news that the lawmakers are fighting to remove the speaker. Liberia is unsafe. I'm going to post one of the headlines from Ghana, and it's getting scary, Uncle Sam. But to see the lawmaker putting hands on the reporter that just trying to do the piece of job, talk to me.
Well, look, Senator, anybody of any value must condemn Dixon Siebel for putting his hand on a report, and I condemn that, and I condemn that vehemently. And I will wish that Liberia was a country of laws where he would be questioned and given an opportunity to defend himself. But none of that's going to happen, Stanton. It will never happen. It will never happen. This is Liberia, and the whole country is degenerating, right? And Stanton, you don't hear anybody talking about the Zogos anymore. Just remember that the Zogos, that is the number one public health problem in the country. You don't hear about that anymore. All you hear about is people fighting for naked power at the legislature. That's it. That's it. And I don't know how we do it. I don't know I mean, I don't want to cast aspersion or place blame on the executive. But look, you have to take the whole society to be responsible. The institutions, the churches, the mosques, the educational institutions, the academics, civil society groups. That means there are no organization or individuals expressing righteous indignation against what's going on. We have to express righteous indignation against the lawlessness in this country. Whether it was with the CDC in the past or with the Ellen Johnson government, November 7, 2011, we have to express righteous indignation. And we have to be what? There have to be we have to be consistent. Because we cannot just condemn individuals because the person is not aligned with us politically. We must condemn all acts of lawlessness. And we must do that in a way that shows that we are honest people, that we mean it. If you condemn Dixon Civil like I'm doing, then you must condemn other lawmakers who are taking the law into their own hands. They
Thank
are
you,
taking
Uncle
the
Sam.
law into their hand. And Stanton,
Let's
I
get to
warn
it.
you guys, let me finish. I warn you guys that even if the ruling of the Supreme Court was clear, was crystal clear, the majority of black will never accept that. I said that to you last week. They will never accept that. They will never seek a compromise. And then their supporters, their surrogates, will try to inflame the situation by doing all kinds of stuff and making it seem
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We'll come
and
back.
laugh.
We want to come back to that. Let's just wrap up with this. To get Dixon's civil issue. We'll come back to the big picture and what happened today. We got a lot of videos, and it doesn't look good. Governor Clinton. Let's talk about media. News reporter being abused in Liberia by lawmakers.
Look, there is absolutely no excuse for any brutalization of media personnel. I saw part of the video today. I don't know the full extent of it, but again, there's nothing that justifies assault. Like Dwalu was saying, that an assault is a crime. There's no two ways to it. It's a crime. Whether or not it's in self-defense, this is a crime. You go to court and then you make your self-defense argument. So I would think that the appropriate authorities, especially with documentary evidence, will take some action against that. We understand, again, temperatures are very high at the legislature, but it doesn't justify. Like the media are, whether you believe they're on one side or another, they are still doing a piece of job. They are supposed to be the watchdog of the society, and they are playing a very paramount function to provide the information that the public needs. So, I mean, every Liberian should condemn that in the strongest possible term. But again, is anything going to come out of that? We are talking about administration that have, to a larger extent, you can say that has been complicit in violence at the capital. From everything we know, we've seen the police taking partisan positions. We also know that since after elections, this government has taken over, and there are evidence of people who committed heinous crimes in the country, and those people were rewarded with positions instead of the government embarking on prosecuting them. So I don't know if anything is coming out of it, but again, I think the reporter should file a complaint. Again, there's this video. You don't have to do it, but typical Liberia. I mean, but I think you should just do that, and everyone should condemn the action of Representative Sibo and all those who are involved in the violence against members of the press. There's absolutely no place for it in our society.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Dr. Bopler, welcome to the show. Before we go to Dr. Richardson, we'll close on this one. It's good to have you, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Good to be here. Good evening to all my colleagues, fellow panelists, to all of my fellow Liberians all around the world. Thank you for tuning in. The conversation, the issue under discussion is very disheartening and is very concerning on so many levels. We all, as Liberians, had hoped for a better season, first 12 months, a much better season, of progressivity, of some radical changes that will improve the lives of ordinary people. But what we have seen, and specifically CEO to this point, at least from how I look at it, it's a degeneration of expectation of the people themselves who are in the first branch of government. Not all of them, but too many of them. They behave, a lot of them, as if they can do whatever they want. And when people start to do that, it's a reflection of their disrespect for the institution, lack of reverence for their position, and lack of respect for the ordinary people. Look, I work a private sector job, CEO, and while I'm a very imperfect man, every day I get up, I think about how I conduct myself at work and outside of work so that I don't bring disrepute to the institution. I think about that. And I'm a private sector man. You get elected to the first branch of government and you behave like you can do anything. You can step the door down. You can put your hands on the journalist. And it should be noted, and Dixon Shivo, good man, my friend, it should be noted that this is the rule of law group. This is the rule of law group, right? The rule of law. It said that's the COFI group. This is the rule of law group. You can't operate that way. I hope there will be consequences. Most importantly, I hope we who are in the private sector, we need to spend more time and resources conscientizing our people, educating our people, and actually preparing people to stand up for themselves. Because we are going the wrong direction. The too many of these incidents, and it's not healthy. And I hope we can turn the corner here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Bobler. I'm going to bring in Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, Stanton, as we spoke earlier today, I want to join everyone to condemn the actions of Dixon Siebel and his staff member today. I watched them get very agitated when a simple question was asked of them that they didn't have to answer it. They could have taken the high way. They as we respect them to be esteemed members of society, he could have demonstrated that by not responding and just walking away. I noticed that Sylvester Chulupe followed him, but then also they actually ran him off the ground. They were decided to run behind him. He was running away and threatening to take away his equipment. This is not the era for that, okay? He was trying to do his job. He asked you a question. You didn't feel like answering the question, no matter how irritating or upsetting it was to you. He was doing his job. You did not have to respond in such a manner. So yes, you are seen as the rule of law a member, okay? And I know no matter how it is very agitating and you upset and is provoking to you, you have to keep your cool, okay? I think, well, I like to join everyone to call you to apologize publicly to Sylvester Chulupe, and I think it's also left to him. It's his right to decide whether he wants to take this to higher ups, if criminal, to the court system or not. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. We have a full show today. Again, once Nelson upload it, we will be able to discuss it. It's foolishness. It's disgraceful. Nobody calls.
Joseph Baka does not want to be president.
Go ahead, Nelson. Go ahead, please.
Because Joseph Baka does not want to be president. Why? Because of the arrangement that's happening. Now we are having, we are playing fun here. We are having serious crisis in the country. Today, if anyone from the international community wants to address the House, they will address the House to the Speaker. However, ministers of the President are appearing before a group to discuss the national case that should be discussed based on the law. Then you are here, you are asking questions. I'm saying we are going to get to the point where we ask for an intervention. The entire country, the entire government. If there is no law and order, if the judiciary will speak and will not respect the judiciary, there's no need for judiciary. If the executive will decide.
So Nelson, let's get to where the incident happened. Okay, that's 5 minutes video. We don't have time. Please call to where the incident happened that we can share it. Let's get to the story and we address that appropriately. What happened the last time when the Liberia National Police went after one of our reporters? Gregory Coleman was kind enough to address the issue immediately, and he apologized. You know, seriously, we had some frank conversation. Gregory Coleman reached out to the network, and the officers, those from Zone 3, I believe, around the Paisley Belt, they apologized. And, you know, they gave the reason to it was a mistake, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, the arrogance that involved over here, that you take your frustration, regardless he's from Spoon, just from anywhere, they're just trying to do the peaceful job. So there were no reporter at the Capitol building today. Nobody knew that they had a budget hearing. Nobody knew that, you know, the police were there in arms. That's why you need the reporters. I mean, it's just disgraceful. And I hope that there's something happening about our country. Let's get to it, guys. Dwalo, let's get to it. What you saw today, and we're about to play this video clip by clip, something seriously happening. Maybe our country is to a place of sweat. But let me hear you. It's painful, it's disturbing, it's all over around the region, it's all over on the international media now. The whole country is in such an uproar because everybody wanted man to be speaker. Do I talk to me?
Let people understand one thing. A police officer beating a citizen is not the same as another citizen beating another citizen. Now, I am not suggesting the police is right for doing that, but there are systems in place where the police can be addressed directly. So is the private sector. Let me say this to you guys. Look, Stanton, what is happening in this country is not happening in a vacuum. People will continue to overstep the bounds of their authority because the country is entirely focused on total impunity. Let me tell you something. Every Liberian citizen in the Republic of Liberia has a right under our law to defend their person if they are being harmed. I believe this from our core, even in this country. You have the right to defend yourself. Somebody said, oh, they been on your BU because the men are represented. Kofi Akwa. I want to see the man. The country belongs to all of us equally. If a representative believes he can put a hand on another person, it happens all the time in the country center, and we continue to allow it to go. I know cases after cases where representatives and senators are beating people in the country. Nothing can come from inside. And they just continue, and we have this rotten system. Nobody believes the courts. Whenever the court ruled, not just in this case, nobody follows the judgment of the courts. There are no enforcement arms of the courts. I can talk about instances. After instances where the court rules on the subject, nothing happened. And what that does is it breaks down the entire fabric of our society. It is dangerous. But we think that joking matter, and our one person, because it's not happening in the poor, and James say okay for him, then everything okay. They will say that they were all in the same gravy pot. I was about to go ahead.
No. I want to stay where you 1 minute before I say, I beg you, 10 seconds real quick. You woke up this morning, it's not session day. They went to receive the budget people to come and discuss this budget. The place is crowded with the Liberia National Police. Some in riot gear, some carrying live rounds, ammunition. I mean, you fought war before. You served in the military or whatever the category were with you. Dwaru, you went through this.
You served for 3-4 days too.
Look, Stanton, the thing is, let me tell you something. The way the country
going, we talking something serious, yeah, man. Yeah.
That I just want my president to speak. He cannot keep quiet. Stanton, the president must speak about this issue. Whether or not he takes a position, which I don't think the president has, but he has to speak. Let me tell you something. Leadership cannot be dormant.
Who sent the Liberia National Police to the Capitol building, if not the president?
If the president hasn't taken a position, right?
If it's not the president, who sent the Liberia National Police to the Capitol building, Eduardo?
Well, by extension, it is the president because it is taking the branch of government. So whether he did it directly or indirectly, it is the president that sent him there. But the national police had to go there, though, Stanton, because they are
who sent the ministers? Who sent the ministers? Those ministers that discussed on the budget.
That's a whole different story. That's a whole different story.
How so?
Because let me tell you, the ministers themselves, remember now, they are Liberian citizens first before they are ministers. However, I also believe you must hold them responsible. But because if it gives an appearance of taking a position for the majority black, the minister should not go there to begin with. No, Stanton, you can't put fuel on fire and you continue the thing. They're not supposed to be there.
All right, so we'll discuss that because I have some document. Let me put it in the chat room as to why the minister went there today. I will share the document. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you before we go to Ava, who is in studio. Ava, love our studio, though. You're looking so cool in the studio. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you.
And your question was, sir?
Eduardo came out and said, well, the government, I know nothing about the police going there. The government, I know nothing about the minister going there. That my own, that I understood, Eduardo. What say you?
No,
on this ride?
For the love of my country, President Buckeye is not taking a stand. He's not exercising leadership. He sent the police there, as we are all discussing here. He sent his members of his executive branch to go for a hearing. That should not be done. He's adding fuel to the fire. You know, I'm pretty open-minded when it comes to these issues. But at this point, our country is degenerating and we need to speak. We cannot play, flip-flop on this issue of I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings about this. President Buckeye, you need to stand up for our country. Our country is going down very fast. And that's what I have to say. And that's how I feel about this right now.
Ava, talk to me. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Ava?
I mean, this stuff has been going on too long, and the Supreme Court made a decision. And I think the executive branch should be executing that decision from the Supreme Court. The executive management should have a legal counsel. If the Supreme Court is not as explicit as they want it to be, they can seek, a clear explanation from the Supreme Court, or he can interpret it. There are many legal luminaries who have interpreted that decision, and it's clear that they said some members of the legislature were acting without the authority, and only certain members were having sessions. For that, they did not have a quorum to have session. So it's clear who the Supreme Court was speaking to anybody who cares to be objective. And if the executive cannot enforce the decision of the highest, judicial power in the land, then what are we left with? So again, it should be really. I don't know if the president took them there, because at the end of the day, my own man Gregory, he has the police. So somebody had to get the order for the police to be there. Was it just to be a stabilizing force to make sure nothing happened? Or were they supposed to go on the offensive, like, we saw on some of the stuff? And yes, there were some attacks, but the police has to be disciplined. We have talked about that on the Ellen time, on the, we are time, and now it's the same thing. Until we get leadership that can really demand that kind of responsible policing from our people in uniform, I mean, we have these problems, So I think the executive branch holds a lot of culpability in this situation, and they need to look at and see how they can reverse this situation, how they themselves can issue their understanding of this, because they are the enforcement arm of government. They are the executing arm. So they can't sit passively and say something shouldn't happen. They should be making decisions based on what the Supreme Court said. And if we are wrong, yeah, go ahead.
So I have real quick though. We saw a couple of things happening, and again, we're uploading those videos. We're going to play them. People are asking, when you now say that the executive is totally involved, they have shown their hands?
I don't know whether it's about totally involved or not, but there are some level of being complicit or some level of involvement. To what extent, I don't know, because I think the fact that they are sending budget to these folks or engaging them like they are an officially recognized legislative group in session, I believe is wrong. They should not be engaged.
Thank you. Uncle Sam.
Look, as I was driving down Tottenham Boulevard today, the first clear manifestation of something wrong with this country, when I saw armed men, a striker trying to protect the body. That was the first thing that hit me mentally. When somebody is dead, and then you have armed police officers, fully armed, at the ready, protecting a dead body. Then as I drove down to the thing, I saw somebody stuff is not. So somebody to mute though. Okay. So I saw, it was like, I don't even know how to understand it, but this is not the capital that I'm used to, the place of civility, the place where great men, and I saw it just like, it was like a carnival, a clown show. This is like 21 years post-war. 14 years of a fratricidal conflict that killed 250,000 people. We're developing along to build a labor democracy, and we're just scratching the surface of development. And in the midst of it, we have changed government about 3 times now since the democratic dispensation. And we brought in a man who was supposed to be a father of the nation, Joseph Boyka, with a few phone calls, can settle this matter. Even if he has to call for Nati and say, my son, so and so and so, and make some negotiations. Fonati is not an irrational individual. Okay? He's the head of he's a speaker. On the other side, there are people who are there who President Boyka can talk to come to some arrangement to save the state. But he's not Pontius Pilate in this matter because he's sending his officials to dally on with the so-called renegade group. That's what he's doing. They're dallying with the renegade group in full view of everything. So, Ava, you are too generous. His hand is not heading. He has told the entire world that he supports the illegal and unconstitutional removal of a speaker. That's who he is turning out to be, a man who doesn't believe in the rule of law. This is a clear manifestation of that. Unequivocally. You can't be a man of law, man of rules, and you see that happening and you do nothing, say nothing, and you pretend that nothing's going on in the meantime. You invited the speaker to a room to pray with the Pope, and while that was happening, just on that point alone, the fact that you invited him, and this was taking place while you invited him, you should have been more proactive. Just because of what? Just the decency of that. Just the decency. That's all. The decency of what was happening while the man was praying with the Pope and you invited him.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Let me bring in Clinton. Talk to us. Dr. Bopler got to go there. Will be you, Clinton.
Okay.
Fandela Patrick and Vanessaki. Dr. Bopler, you go, please.
So, CEO, I just want to insert this point about the police being there. Nobody needs to order the police or send the police. That is the job of the police. It's called public safety. And if they wait for the president or the justice minister to send them, they're not doing their job. Okay? We have a IG, then we have other layers of top police executives. So they're there because you hear something, you show up and you try to restore calm. Nobody needs to send them. But here's what I really want to say. You know, there's power in speech, and words do matter. And I wonder why our president is not speaking more. I think the president should address the nation. I think his address will help restore calm, will minimize lawlessness, will increase hope, and it will be an affirmation of the rule of law. The president should use that pulpit more. Look, leaders lead. In a country where we are very leader driven, when the president make a national address and we publish it and all the radio stations and Spoon and the papers everybody carry, it will make a difference. But the president in his office is very silent. So I'm not sure why. We can't wait until the thing gets so bad, somebody shoot somebody in the Capitol. We need to say something, and the president should lead the way. I hope he can address the nation. It will help restore calm. Peace is the pathway to progress, and we must be a peaceful people and a people who follow the rule of law.
Dr. Bopler, thank you very much. Thank you again, folks. Some folks disagreeing with you. They say at some point that the instruction, that there must be a request at some point, especially talking about the Capitol building, going into the Capitol building, into the chambers, into those offices. People are saying that it was already pre-planned from yesterday up to today. But we'll leave it like that because, again, that's your opinion. Clinton, talk to us.
Look, I don't know why we keep looking for an address from the president. The president is not going to make an address because the president and his folks have deliberately, make a position, taking a position that they're going to, support the majority black. We've seen this from the time they submitted the budget to put all the norms we know, and they submitted the budget to who they wanted to submit it. We saw this even prior when the president said he was consulting his legal experts, and then while he was making his consultations, his officials were also, at the same time appearing out with him for consultations. Now, Dr. Burpler, you're right. The police are supposed to act upon intelligence, and if they believe that, their presence is going to prevent violence, then they should act. They should not wait for the president. But here's the issue. The police, and if you listen to Speaker Kofi today, the police are not there when Speaker Kofi and his folks are there. The police are only there when members of the majority black are there. When you've seen the videos, again, we're only seeing video. We don't have the full picture, but when you see these videos, we don't see no heavy ERU riot police presence behind the minority people and Speaker Kofi. We only see that with Richard Coon. We only see that with the Deputy Speaker Fala and the other folks. This is what is troubling. It is not the presence of the police to prevent chaos at the Capitol that is the issue. It is the police, in this instant, taking a sides in this thing, acting on instructions to take sides, because they're only protecting one group of people. Again, we don't have all the facts, but what I've seen on the video today is that you're having a budget hearing, but you're preventing certain members who are from the majority black. The police were preventing them from entering that budget hearing meeting. Why? Why are they allowing certain members to enter and they are stopping other members from entering? You're already taking a position. So we know, you're right, that the police should be there. They should not be invited if they feel that their presence is going to prevent chaos at the Capitol. Or if they hear there's any instance of violence at the Capitol, they have the right to respond. The issue is, with everything we're saying, that they are taking a particular position to defend one of the members and to crack down on the opposing people. And this is happening directly on instructions from of course, the executive, because we're saying again, executive members, even in the face of the Supreme Court opinion, are appearing. Look, the president, and I think somebody said this, I don't know who said this, but the Supreme Court, they're not living in space. They're living next door to the president. If the president is unclear, he can ask his Minister of Justice for clarity. He can ask them to reach out to the Supreme Court. This is deliberate. This is they know exactly what they're doing. This is why the president is quiet, but through his actions is very clear. Why are they not there when Fonati? Why don't we see wire gear people around Fonati? Only the majority black people. Again, I'm not in Liberia, but I'm just talking about some of the videos that I have seen. So this is side. Is really sad, and I'm really shocked. Look, I didn't support this government. I supported the CDC, but even as a member of the opposition, I have hope in the wisdom of President Bouaka. I have hope in his leadership to stir the affairs of the country, and I'm totally shocked at the position I'm saying that this president is taking and watching this country degenerate. It's simple. Why can't we reach out?
Thank you. Let's welcome every one of you that are joining us. Again, if you post your comment, we'll read some of your comments. We want to say thank you for joining us on this beautiful Monday. What we gave you the first edition today is a lot of great things coming up. We will be discussing, we'll be digging deeper. We'll be bringing you everything you missed from this morning on the Spoon Network. The beating, how they brutalized somebody, they got hurt, their head got busted, the blood bleeding from their head. How they beat on the lawmakers and lawmakers banging on chairs and beating back. Where are we heading to, my fellow Liberians? What's going on here? I'm going to bring in my brother from Data, our Patrick's. VP.
Thank you. It's good to be back. But I'd like to state here clearly that for those of us who had the opportunity to work in the medical area, or maybe doctors listening, you are diagnosed with certain sickness, and the doctor recommends that you have to be on certain prescription so that you don't die sooner, and you ignore that. When it degenerates and you decide not to take the medication, no matter what happens, you won't survive. this is a typical case of what we are seeing today. From the inception, we prognosticated, we envisioned that there will be a chaotic situation, and as such, something needs to be done. We advanced recommendations, and we said this is not going to help us. And again, we live in a lawless society, like my friend and big brother Dwalu said. People went away with that from the inception when it first started. We said this thing, it should not continue like this. And people came on this platform and they rebuked us and they used undigested words on us because we were calling for the restoration of civility in the democratic governance of our country. Today, what you see today at the Capitol, it is just a typical example of what we voted. I see many are talking about the president. Tonight, I don't want to blame the president. I want to blame the voters. This is the product of what you elected in 2023. That's it. The civility of our democracy, it was reflected today at the Capitol building. We see police coming there. People are engaged in combat. Almost 2 months. Nothing has happened. Are we suggesting here that these honorable men and women, their primary responsibilities, lawmaking, oversight, and representation, these are the 3 cardinal responsibilities they have prior to engaging in the removal of this speaker? Did they consult their constituents? No. Many of them did not. Living at RLJ, is it prudent? We say no. I think these are honorable men and women who should prioritize the interests of the country. The Supreme Court rule, and the problem we have in this country, and I always want to agree with Mr. Dwalu, lawlessness. When people are engaged in acts of incivility, lawlessness, as in this case, whatever decision that comes from the Supreme Court, they will use the level of lawlessness to justify their actions. You see it today? We saw it today. Tomorrow it will continue. Let me just say this so that I can give my brother a chance to come in. CEO, we have seen war in this country. We fought war in this country. We saw people lost their lives. Even after the war, we saw how other people lost their lives in this country. Nobody can teach Liberians about violence. We are witness to violence, and except you are not a human being with 6 senses, that's the only way you'll be oblivious of the trauma, the frustration, the war, the brutality we experience in this country. So what I can say tonight, I don't see this thing anytime soon. I don't see peace restoring to this country anytime soon. The president alone, I have always said, is this president in charge? And people question my rationality. The president is in charge. Today, I think the president is in charge. That is the reason why you saw armed police. The president is in charge. That is the reason why they brutalize people. This president is in charge, and there's the reason why we see nothing is happening. Let me say this to those who show up, those government officials. The president is on record for writing this honorable ballot to say, you know what, let me consult my lawyer to determine as to which side to submit the budget. Has this president written us or written a lawmaker to tell us directly which direction? Nobody knows.
Thank you. Let's come back. Let's come back from that, Patrick. Thank you very much. Vanisaki, we're going to just go by the minute because we got a lot to cover, guys. But let's hear you, Vanisaki.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, to the rest of the panelists. Let me quickly take this time to publicly, in a stronger tone, condemn former Speaker Kofa and his lawmaker for our gangsterism that is not, should not be accepted in our society. The attack on law enforcement officer and the journalists today, it should not be surprising because Kofa and his side have been beating the war drum for a couple of days, so it should not be surprising. But let me say that I want to commend and appreciate President Joseph Yuma Boagai for his stay-away attitude in the whole legislative crisis. I appreciate him for not taking side, and I will always encourage him not to get involved, because I don't want to have a country where a president is melting into legislative and judicial processes. I don't want to have that kind of country. We are asking the president today to take a side, to do this. Tomorrow, with the same president side to call the judges on the Supreme Court bench and tell them how the rule will be the same people crying around here. Let me say this, the president is playing, no, let me just think for a second. We know the power of the presidency in our country. If President Joseph Numa Boagai is directly engaged or engaged in the removal of Speaker Kofa, the other one on the platform believe the class was going to last for even 2 days. We know what you know it was not even going to last for 2 days. So let's be honest here. But to be asking the president to get involved in legislative crisis when Kofa was constitutionally removed, and you want for what you want for President Joseph Numa Boagai to do? He consulted his legal team. They told him to proceed constitutionally, and he's doing business. But think about this. Kofa, a group came from the Supreme Court celebrating that they won. But today, they went and attacked the majority conducting the Labrampo business. So you want to tell me if the Supreme Court rule, even if the Supreme Court were going to rule in their favor, are they now the executive to enforce the law of the ruler of the Supreme Court to go attack their colleagues? Why you just wrong? I'm just calling former Speaker Kofa and colleagues. No, this thing is no win for you. The best thing to do, forget it. Like Speaker Tyler, former Speaker Tyler did, and former Speaker Edison did, for the sake of moving our country forward. There is no way you can come back to the speakership. No way. So just leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vani Saki. Now let's go to the action from the Capitol building. Those of you that missed it this morning, I know everybody eager to respond and react to what he or she is saying out there. But let's play this thing. It's disturbing, folks. So viewer description is advised. Please be warned that we have to show it, and I hope that we'll be allowed to show this. Let's go to the first video. Dr. Richardson, what's happening with our country?
Stand on. Before Doc, it would be helpful for those who are listening and not watching if you give a brief context of what will happen in the video. A lot of people, they're listening, they're not watching.
Go ahead, sir. Do it for us.
Man, you the engineer all the video that he like watch it. I wasn't okay, so I watched it and I wasn't sure if I saw some lawmakers that I recognized if the police were actually preventing them from coming into the session where the budget was. I didn't quite
and that's why we're going to do the rounds, and the people will hear as we move on. I mean, from where I sit, I'm seeing a whole different angle. From where you sit, we see your own, but the Liberian people get some kind of picture when we all speak. But yes, indeed, the video that took place, it was in front of the office of the Deputy Speaker, Thomas Fala, and there was some kind of interaction or fighting or something. So let's get everybody view since we watched the video. Dr. Richardson, you want to go first?
Yeah, what I saw was shocking and surprising to me. This does not happen in a country that calls itself a democracy or maybe a fragile democracy. I saw the police, lots of them, okay? I couldn't really count how many there were, but and I actually identified one representative, Yeka Koluba. I don't think anybody cannot identify Yeka Koluba. He was moving towards, I don't know where, And then I saw police, hitting and preventing he and somebody else, his movement. And at times they turned the lights off. I don't know what happened when the lights were turned off, but I assume it was nothing good. It was probably more violence occurred. But it's just very scary to see that my country, the country that we love so dearly, has come to this place where violence is occurring. Especially in the place where they're supposed to be calm and leadership supposed to be demonstrated and exhibited. And so I don't know if that was the best way to resolve any issues there. And I think, somebody made a comment, I think it was Councilor Clinton, who said we often don't see the police protecting the people who I consider the rule of law people. Okay, I see them often protecting people who I consider anti-rule of law persons. And yes, I think we have a constitutional crisis. I think the president has shown his hand. He's adding fuel to the fire, and that's it. I know that because he actually is sending his branch, his people from the executive branch to go to a hearing. Who does that? Who does that? And if these guys claim that they have the numbers, and I'm speaking to you, Mr. Saki, if your group of people, the anti-rule of law people, claim that they have the number, why can't they just go in the chambers and remove Fanati with the due process of law is all we're asking for. So if these people have the audacity to go against the Supreme Court's order, okay, what can they do next? What can they not do? What today is someone in the House of Representatives, the Speaker. Tomorrow it will be the pro tem, and day after tomorrow it will be the president.
Senator,
go ahead, brother. Talk to us. Go ahead.
The purpose says something, and I want to reiterate this. The president does not have to send police anywhere. This is a statutory body. They have a mandate. A director has been appointed. Wherever the police deem that the rule of law or instability is happening, they automatically go there. So nobody has to send them there. I want to say this. Maybe people may not know this. I am pro-police to the extent that the police follows the law. When the police put up a blockade, but it's a de facto law. If you try to go beyond that blockade, you're breaking the law. The police is on a constitutional order to make sure they maintain order. It doesn't matter whether it's in the legislature, it's in the judiciary, wherever it is, the police has that statutory responsibility to do this. Now, from the video, what we did see was this. The police pull up a blockade, preventing people from going on the other side. And people try to force their way on the other side. It doesn't matter whether they are senators or they are representatives, the police have to legally stop them. That's exactly what the police was doing. Look, guys, we have to understand something. The rule of law is not a suggestion. It is not something you can pick and choose or when to follow it. You have to follow it to the extent that it is legal. If it is legal, the very legislators that were fighting against the police over there, they made that law. If they don't like it, they just dismantle the police force. We need law and order in the country. We need law and order. Let me say this. The issue of we suggesting that the president speak is not for the president to take a position. It's for the president to take his position as president of the country and say, listen, I'm not going to allow a legislature that is going opposite direction to define the direction of this country. I always put my foot down and the executive will define the direction of this country. This is a suggestion that I'm making. Stanton.
Sure. Let me bring in Abba.
Yes, I mean, Stanton, if we count the hours of this whole, since the episode started, we probably have utilized probably 85 to 90% of these discussions on these lawmakers. There are many other things happening in government. From the very beginning, there were calls for the president to say something, for the president to act. Silence is not a solution, and if the perception is that the president is kind of indirectly approving the actions of this bloc, nobody won the violence, and somebody corrected me, say, yes, Dixon Siebel was actually on the video putting his hands on, the individual. That's criminal. Something has to be done about that. He's not protected by his legislative cloak to put hands on people the same way, the police officers should be peace officers. They shouldn't be supporting one group or stopping another group or so. So whatever role they were playing, these things need to be investigated. Somebody has to rise above and be the one that enforce the peace, enforce stability and stuff. And we expect that to be the police, So for them, it to seem like they obviously taking sides and doing things outside of what the Liberian people should be expecting from a national police force is a little disappointing. And not a little, it is very disappointing. And we need them to step up as leaders of this country, because are we separating at the stitches of this? Because it's a fragile situation, whether we like it or not, we'll stay in a fragile democratic situation. And there will be an analysis of what the US will be assessing our democracy, right? What is this action going to look like on paper when it comes from those people who are, quote unquote, the arbiters of democracy across the world? I don't think it reflects good on this government at this point. This is a less than a 1-year government. So something needs to take place. The president, the people around him, whoever can advise him, need to suggest to him that his voice is needed, action is needed in the right direction by the rule of law. Let them get his interpretation and stop the impasse. It's unnecessary. It's affecting everything we do. And this majority bloc cannot approve the budget. I don't care what they do, is against the law. So let's try for rational heads to get in a room where they can have these discussions. Some people can step back. Like somebody said, maybe the president, I think Sam, maybe the president can call for Nati and say, look, for the sake of XYZ, do whatever. But my question is, you got a budget discussion. How do lawmakers vote on the budget? Do they go line by line? Can they not do things under the law in the legislature to minimize this concern? Can they not reduce that budget? Can they
Thank
not
you.
say, my man, we know all the holes in your budget, we know all the things you're getting as
Thank you,
benefits.
Isaac. Let's move on. And again, we have a full house. We have 10 here right now. So when others join us, we have to just go in and out. So let's just respect the time given to us that we can really, really have some serious discussion. I want to bring in Uncle Sam Clinton, Dr. Boplef, and Della Patrick, and Vanessaki, and we'd like to welcome you, Councilor Garrison Yellow. So let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, the video you watched, and before you do that, let me play this video very quick, and we'll do all this thing in a quick fashion. Now, this is a video of Yeka Koluba and another person. Maybe you identify that person engaged in a fist fight. Let's play this, how you call it, maybe 18 seconds. So Uncle Sam, help us understand this. It's just getting worse by the second, Uncle Sam.
Look, we warned 7-8 weeks ago, rational people. I'm not talking about irrational people who believe that they need something to prove by getting Speaker Kofa out, and it will be like they won a victory. Those people, I mean, some of them are sitting here with us tonight. They want to win. And even if it means wrecking the country to win what? What are you trying to win? The violence that we saw today, and we've been warning about it, and then somebody has been accusing us of being warmonger. We're saying that this thing has the propensity to escalate. And it's a very simple matter, like Dr. Richardson said. If you want to take off Fanati Kofa, all you need to do is go, and you got your 50 senators or 50 legislators who signed it, go under his gavel, let him recuse himself, and get him out. Why are you wasting time about that? Don't you trust the people who signed the petition? Why are you keeping them at a hotel as hostages for 2 months? Who's financing that? Your central bank gave $12 million to the Ghanaian owner of that hotel. $12 million. And you are housing for the 3 legislators, their spouses, their concubines, and everybody there for the last 2 months. What rational person does that in the 8th poorest country on the planet? What are you trying to prove? What do you gain out of this? How does this make it a win for the Unity Party? How does it put the country on the right path? This is totally insane. The same insanity that caused the 14-year war. Then when we say it, the people say, well, I'm not a warmonger. I've never fought a war before. I know how to, but I never did before. Okay? I don't want to be involved in a conflict in the Banana Republic. Okay? So I've avoided all of that. But someone needs to take responsibility for what's going on, to have some people with some heads to call because this what you've done, you factionalized the legislature, just the way you factionalized the country during the war period. This is a factional country. It's not correct. Someone needs to act and act quickly, because I'm hearing tomorrow will be a bad day.
I'm hearing that the president again have called on both sides for some kind of engagement. We should be confirming this in a meeting. We hope this is the good news, but I'm hearing that the president Joseph Yuma Bwaka have called on both sides.
Why took him so long, Stanton?
Uncle Sam, let Uncle Sam.
I'm asking you, that your man. Why took him so long?
Uncle Sam, we have many on the show. Let's just take it.
I'm asking you, that your man. You don't talk to him.
No. It's not because I'm a man. So Uncle Sam, let's have a good show today.
Okay.
There will be time that you're going to attack me. I agree. But again, let me just say this: if it is confirmed, I'm hearing that the president called the Fonati end and the Richiku end to have some kind of discussion. Now, we are still waiting for total confirmation and other, information coming from that meeting. Some folks from Fonati and some representatives refuse to attend. They say it is too late. They wouldn't have attended the meeting. But again, we are still waiting for more confirmation and more details from that meeting. If it is confirmed, I want you to just speak to it, right, Dr. Bopley? Let's go to you. We all saying, some people say, no, the president shouldn't get involved. But I like what Eduardo said. Involvement is not mean that go and interfere with another branch of government. Involvement out like that, father, bring your children together. They are adults, but bring them together in a special way for you to have a conversation. Not to, get involved directly and say, you know what, you go to your house, blah, 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 and all these things. So is it too late? Now everything is preparing for tomorrow. Is it too late, Dr. Bopley?
So, Stanton, I want to be very clear, okay? I want to be very clear. My comments about the president getting involved were not comments suggesting that the president should take a side. That is foolish and it's unhelpful. My comments about the president getting involved, I made this comment almost, 6-7 weeks ago. I said, this is a matter of consultation and negotiation, not litigation. People were talking about the Constitution, rule of law. The lawyers will tell you when you divorce reason from rule, it means absolutely nothing. So look where we are. After all this time, has this gotten better? It's getting worse. The president, I want to remind the Republic, the president is the only elected president who are voted by the whole country. All the other people are talking about in the lower house.
I'm so sorry, 1 minute. Nelson Colette, can you please change Garrison Yellow name? Folks are killing me. His name is not Nelson Colette. His name is Garrison Yellow. Nelson, please make the correction. Go ahead, Dr. Bopley.
That's why I've been going to the studio. You get a special name. So I want to be very clear. People are saying you come and the president shouldn't get involved. The president should get involved, not taking sides. I said it a long time ago. Call the leaders together. The president was elected by the whole nation, and this is the Republic talking about. So call them and consult with them and encourage and persuade them. Use the power of the presidency to help them move to conflict resolution. Because we're not resolving conflict, it is deteriorating. And that's the point I'm making. Sometimes we need to refrain from intellectualizing things and just be practical. It's about problem solving, and it's not getting better. Nothing wrong with the president getting involved. He's not breaking any law by calling them together and saying, "My people, let's find a way forward." Okay, you're representing poor people here, and they're telling you to do it.
Too late. Is it too late, Dr. Bobler?
I know. I don't think it's too late, but I wish I had done it a long time ago. I made this a long time ago, but it's not too late because we still have an issue on our hand, and the president is still the president, and I think he should do so. And I would encourage the lawmakers to go and sit. Come, let us reason together. Sit with the president and hear him.
Dr. Bobler, thank you very much. Again, we're going to bring in Governor Clinton. I'll talk to us, Governor. The same question will go around. If it is too late at this time, late this evening, we heard that the president said, listen, it's ever time to have some conversation. We are not saying interfering with the issues at the House of Representatives, but you want to have some conversation with the Funatic Black and that of the Richard Kuhn Black. What say you, and if it is too late?
Well, I think I think it is late. And the reason I say it's late, the president should have done it a long time. Now, as the chief executive and the chief law enforcement officer, you have a decision from the Supreme Court. You just have to enforce that decision. There's no more negotiation when you have a ruling from the court. The highest court of the land has ruled. So now you just have to enforce this. So at this point, I don't understand what the negotiation will be. The president needs to get clarification about the ruling if he doesn't have it, or if they're having a different interpretation. But at this point, all they need to do is to enforce whatever judgment the Supreme Court has passed on this issue. And look, Dwalu, the police have a responsibility. And when you speak about, the police setting, lines and where the view. But look, think about it, right? In the 1960s, right? In the 1960s.
You want us to come back to you? The children calling you? All right, let's come back to you. Let's go to
Patrick. We got 3 small children on fire. Let me pass here right
here. Patrick, thanks to us.
Yeah, CEO, it's late. And I think the conflict will end by itself. The prevention process has passed. And personally, I'm exhausted with all recommendations with respect to the ongoing political wrangling at the Capitol building. But this is what we will see in 2029. This is just an economy of the problems that will spill over in 2029. See people talking about the president should intervene, the president. The term has passed. It has reached to a stage of brutality. It will continue. So it's the survival of the fittest method that we have reached now. You saw today the fact that the police can willfully and intentionally enter the premises of the Capitol building with armed batons. It speaks clearly that your thing you're talking about, intervention, it has passed. The moral guarantors of this country, the religious council, everybody being quiet. I like to use the words of Dr. Martin Luther. He said, if the church cannot recapture its prophetic zeal, it will become an irrelevant social club without moral and spiritual authority. This is how clearly we have come as a nation. I was just watching the Ghanaian election. The religious community spoke powerfully. They don't want chaos. Absolutely. And it has been consistent in this country. Like my brother said, lawlessness has captured. Like today, now at the Capitol building, Tottenham University in Maryland, I saw video how students were brutalized, beating like animals. So everywhere there is chaos. So we are learning from our big brothers at the Capitol building. What message are we sending out over there? That when the Supreme Court rules in cases, the big brother should not obey. For me, I have exhausted all recommendations. The fight should continue. Because we said, don't do this. Oh, you are taking sides. We went over there, we begging you, don't do this. Oh, no, you are against the president. We say the president is not in charge to see you don't like this country. So where it has reached, we projected that this thing will come. And you know what's going to happen now? In the next 1 week, there will be parties. Some people who their lawmakers have been brutalized. They see these police officers. The other day I was in Germany. I saw 3 Liberian police officers say, "Mama, we're not going back in our country." Say they could not sleep to their houses. They had an opportunity to go for whatever, they did not come back. Even the police themselves, they are worried. Look at them, you could see their faces. Who will be happy when a lawmaker is brutalized, has a constituent? And human emotions can be expressed in different forms. Some people can say, "I leave it with God." Some people will say, "Okay, I look at you, I will look for you." Like I said, we have reached to a point, this is what we wanted to evolve. It's no longer about these lawmakers, it's about survival. I want to live in peace. We left from here, we acquired education, we came back and said, this is the best place to live. And when we saw these things coming, we said, we're baking here for the safety and security of our country. We're baking here, you're stopping. People right on this platform say, "Oh, no, the president should not intervene." Now it has reached to a boiling point. And this is a chaotic situation. Who governs in chaos and succeed? Nobody. We care about who has the strength. I have seen in area, look at like in other countries, like Egypt, the people came on the street, they had the military had to put the arm down. They ran away in the barrack. You know about the Arab Spring. So again, this is an act of provocation. I have consistently said and recommended it is about time we put the safety of the citizen as a priority. But people did not listen. Where it has gone, those guys that are brutalized, they say tomorrow they are going there. I'm just advising everyone, let them go there. If you are not member or you're not a staffer at the House of Representatives, don't go there tomorrow. Because going there will insinuate you are going there to take a side. So for me, I saw somebody using our famous word, regroup. Any word that is used as regroup, if I don't sanction it, it's ultra virus. Thank you.
Yeah, so yes, you are ultra virus too, because you took our regroup chat room name and you attach it to yourself. So let me bring in Vani Saki. Your 1 minute, Vani.
Thank you, CEO. Let me quickly say the police has the right at any time to be on state property. Let me make that very clear. The Capitol building is nobody's private property. 1, 2. I listened to Gamalek asking about why the police never seen around when former Speaker Kofa and his group at the Capitol. In law enforcement, there's something we call the victim and the aggressor. Let's be honest on this show tonight. Since the crisis started, who is the aggressor? Kofa and his folks have been aggressively attacking peaceful, honorable member of the majority bloc. They attacked our session. They spray pepper gas on us. You got the video. They are the aggressor. So who the police supposed to protect? The aggressor and not the victim? That's why when the majority bloc are there, the police come to protect them because they are the victim. Let me say this. I do not want to see a wicked police force, but I don't want to see a weak police force. Senator, I hope your information is not true, because as I said, I don't want President Joseph Newman Boakai going around anywhere near this conflict in the name of even playing a fatherly role. Because when the negotiation fails, he will be rubbed inside. Like he stay away from it, like he continue to play the constitutional role to do business with the majority black as he is doing, and that's it. We should not run the country in fear. I'm a big law enforcement guy. Anyone who thinks he or she is above the law enforcement should not relent in putting them in law and order. That's what I believe in. That's why every time I talk to the president, I encourage him to invest more money in law enforcement. We need a disciplined society. We cannot run the country in fear. We cannot run the country where people can get on make reckless statements, beat the war drum with the hope that we'll be afraid and succumb. While it is true that you can succeed in chaos, you can also succeed as a government in fear, Patrick. This government will put her feet down to discipline people and make sure that nobody go above the law. That's what I want to say. And the president to stay far away.
Thank you. Let me say this before we do the second round. We got a lot to cover today. This is not the first like sit down conversation that President Walker have called. This is his third. You know, Gafan said something on Saturday before we go to Councilor Garrison Yellow. Gafan said that maybe the government is suffering for a PR. You know, they had a PR problem as of that. Maybe this government don't know how to message, you know, their good story. The thing about the president shouldn't intervene. People say, "Oh, it's a problem. It's a problem." But yet, and still, the president have called Fonati Kofa. I announced on the show that Fonati met the president and asked the president to get involved. The president called him. Yeah, Kekoloba said he wasn't going. Marvin Cole said he wasn't going. Like today, some of them said they are not attending the meeting today. It's how you call or sit down, right, Ava? I'm not going to intervene, but let's just have some Liberian people talk. And that's what Dr. Brooklyn was saying. So this is the third time. Maybe you guys don't know. This is the third time. And you know, so now, what is coming out of it? Is the majority black listen to the president? Are they negotiating on something we don't know? I'm going to bring in Councilor Garrison Yellow and then Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. That we can close up on this round to go to another topic for the day. Honorable Yellow.
Okay, thank you, CEO. You know, like I said yesterday, we have problem. And sometimes we must understand the origin of the problem. In the whole thing about the petition at the Supreme Court, it was just the beginning of our problem, because they have gone on the unconstitutionality, in read the unconstitutionality of certain action by certain member of the House of Representatives. And you know, in most cases, in read is a non-adversarial proceeding. So it does not give you right to say you are the winner or the person is a winner. What it does, it interprets provisions that you feel that is in conflict with the Constitution. So that's why I was saying yesterday, I don't know where people come in, or the person win or the person not win. Because the key issue, and the Supreme Court was just right. The Supreme Court was just right. The Supreme Court have an issue in read. And because it was a non-adversarial proceeding, the court came to interpret, and they interpreted. Now, everybody is running with the word ultra-virus. But the court didn't say one group is behaving ultra-virus, it left it in hanging. And say, any the both groups, whatsoever thing you people are doing against Article 33 and Article 49 is ultra-virus. So I'm just saying that this country, we have to be very sincere with ourselves. And it's not about partisan issue. Because if it's something about partisan, someone will not be sitting there and discussing. It's about Liberia. And we have our children in this country, and we are in this country. If anything spark out here, someone will not be going anywhere. We will live in this country to bear the brunt of it. So we want peace in this country. But I've been a former lawmaker, and I remember clearly when we were on the issue of the removal of Speaker Tyler, and I told my colleagues, though, they follow the law. And you cannot do anything when the law is not followed. So for us to sit in this country and say, this person is bigger than the country, then I don't think we are sincere to ourselves. We must think about the country above individual. And let's just it. So there was issues first about the rate of prohibition for about the petitioner with the justice in chamber, for which in decline. But I think they should have gone more to raise more constitutional issues, like raising issue of due process on the removal issues. And then the justice in chamber who have been forced to send the matter to the full bench. So when you read the opinion, you see the Chief Justice started that whole opinion with a citation from an opinion written by President William V. S. Tubman about the rough seed and how it went rough and then it came down.
So we just trying to say in this country, look, what we see happen over there is not good. I'm a former lawmaker, and I play a very key role in this country, but I know that when they came to the removal of title, my position was very clear, and I said to people, well, to tell someone to recuse himself is voluntary. He chooses to do it or not. You will not force him. And we went with it. But, legislative politics is a very different politics. It's a number game. And when Speaker Kofa was in Italy, and then you have Deputy Speaker Thomas Fala presiding the joint chamber, and a motion was proffered that they are going to use the joint chamber until further notice because of the situation at the main chamber that they are using currently. That motion was passed by plenary. So as you look there was nothing that stopped Councillor Kofa from going to where plenary have decided that they were going to use as sitting area. Nothing stopped him. And Article 26 is clear. For you to exert the right that there is an injury, you must make an effort. And when that effort is stopped, then you have to go now and say, look, yeah, I make an effort. I have gone to preside as a speaker, and those guys have told me that they're not going to allow me to preside. But where someone says, but I will not go to the other place, I have to go to the other place, the other person will not go there. But understand that in your absence, there was a motion proffered on the floor, and that motion was passed that they were using the joint chamber. For instance, where did we remove our speaker title? It was in the joint chamber because there was a motion that was using the joint chamber until further notice. So it is
falling asleep, man.
It's legislative proceeding. So
thank you.
Why are we rehashing all the things for?
Thank you, Honorable Garrison.
Questions, please.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't know what's going on with your mic. So if we're going to open it for question and answer, you are quite correct, Isaac, before we go to the next topic. But can they increase the volume on Nelson? Is there? Say something, Isaac.
Can you hear me?
One Nelson, let's step away. I think you're better now. If you're saying just stay in the office, if you have somebody in the studio, can they go get him, please? Go ahead, Isaac. Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, Councillor.
Yes, sir.
The Supreme Court was specific, right?
Mm-hmm.
What actions did they mention? Mm-hmm. And they said those actions were ultra virus.
You say what action?
Senator, just put that last page from the Supreme Court, the last page of the Supreme Court decision. Please put it on the screen. Let the councillor read that part.
Mm-hmm.
I say I cannot because the gentleman is on the main chair.
Okay.
Yeah, so
right.
I think you know what you're talking about. Just
the sessions they were having.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the elections they were having that made it ultra virus?
No. It said any conduct. You got to be verbatim. It said any conduct.
No, so they were not actions. They didn't say conduct. They said actions. That's what I said. They said bring it up. They said meeting and action, not conduct.
Exactly. They said meeting.
Meeting and actions.
They were taking. Funati did not have a quorum.
Mm-hmm.
He did not carry out any legislative action, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it had to be referencing the actions that were taken by electing a quote-unquote a new speaker and by removing the speaker. Those were the ultra-virus actions that they had no authority.
This thing is plain English. I don't understand. What's the confusion? This is plain English.
But when people come in the studio or come on the show and try to change to me what the context of what the Supreme Court was saying, you got to ask them exactly because he's a legal mind, right? What do they mean by these specific things? So in your mind, if all members were doing stuff that were ultra virus, what specifically was Speaker Kofa doing that you would consider ultra virus as a legal mind?
Okay, thank you. If you go to page 34 of the opinion, the Chief Justice, she describes what make a session to be legal. And on page 34, she
Well, let's
said,
say you want us to go on this thing. You're tired with the page and different
yeah,
things.
I want to answer you.
What
Right?
happened
You
today?
ask me questions.
Okay.
CEO, the fact there is that on page 34, she said, upon a quorum, and the sergeant of armed craft, and the roll call is taken, and then the chaplain pray with a presiding.
And who is that presiding?
She in this opinion, she said the presiding is the speaker, but in his absence, the deputy speaker presides.
And what is considered
he absent?
You put in another room?
Okay. Now there is a catching issue here. Did you know that when Speaker Kofa was in Italy, when the majority bloc met in the joint chamber, there was a motion proffered on the floor that they are using the joint chamber, and it was disciplinary decision. So who was presiding then? It was
Man, that was bad fit, man, Garrison. That was bad fit, man.
I beg you, please listen. You're all enough to be every time just.
Yeah, but I'm old, but I'm also a human being.
Sam, you don't do that.
I'm a human
Why
being.
people call you warmonger? Because the
Yeah,
way you
I am a warmonger. I agree. Ain't no meaning to be a warmonger. I stay in the whole family. I keep the whole family during the war. I'm a warmonger.
All right, guys.
I'm a
All right. Councillor Yedu. Councillor Garrison Yedu. Please. We will not be person.
I'm just saying to you, there was a motion put on the floor. But that motion is withdrawn. It's withdrawn. But plenary, you're going to use the joint chamber. And like I told some people today, some lawyers, they said you were right. They said, look, there was nothing that stopped the speaker from going to the joint chamber to go preside. Nothing. Nothing stopping. You should have gone.
And what stopped the anti-rule of law people from going to the chambers to go?
But after the people in the majority bloc made it very clear that they were never going to accept it on this time. Several times they said that.
Okay, can we just move on?
So I think we haven't. Hold on a minute, Dr. Richardson, you want to come in? And let's just do this in order, please. Now, listen, we all watched the video. We all saw what happened today. Now, I don't know why some people think that the president calling this thing is a problem. We got a whole write-up from August. This thing been brewing. The president called leadership and addressing the issue within the House of Representatives. And now people say, no, why? I want to ask Governor Clinton, and I want to ask those supporting Unity Party in this matter. But Dr. Richardson, let me come to you. Let's talk about Liberia, right? What was placed on the map today? The lawmakers are fighting each other. That people are bleeding. Like, I don't know if I can show this auto video when the bust the guy had. The blood spilling down his spine. It's all over there like that. And everything is just like, where are we? The executive mansion folks, I don't think they were working. Temple of Justice, I don't think they were working. They had that, and more people are saying it will be even worse. Dr. Richardson, talk to us about going back to the dark days. Are we getting closer to that time? The lawmakers planning to bring people from the district to lock down the Capitol building, and to say no, there will be nothing. We saw that the majority black bring in Tenant Brunson and the rest of the guys then, as per the letter that was given to them, because I asked one of them, Dr. Richardson, just bear with me, I beg you. And it was persistent on listening. We received this letter. We received this letter from the chief clerk, Mildred Seyon. So we are inviting you to come and discuss the budget. So the question was, where you want us to go, Stanton? They were asking me. They said, where you want us to go? If we get the letter, say, come and meet the chief clerk, and she will tell you where to go. So they went to the chief clerk. The office of the chief clerk led them to the majority black. Now let me ask you, Dr. Richardson, are you now blaming them because they respected the letter from the House of Representatives, attended that meeting, intentionally or not? They honored the request from the House of Representatives. Am I correct? Talk to me.
I'm not blaming them as the subordinate to the president. I'm blaming him. Okay, as I say on this show all the time, the buck stops with the president. This president has several levels of interventions. You name them. You say he met with Kofi, and some people refused to meet with him. That's his first level. As a president, he has to be tireless in his intervention. Now, his intervention should include enforcing what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court said no seating, no meeting. Okay, so he should be calling his team, his executive, and say, listen, the Supreme Court said we are ultra vary. Okay, we are beyond our bounds. We're beyond, our authority to host a meeting in the joint session. And so this is what he needs to be telling whoever sending the letters to his people in his branch. Don't go. I don't want to feel fire. We're still in the process of making our country perfecting our democracy, becoming a more perfect union of counties. And now he's actually allowing these people to go, so he's part of the problem. He's not speaking like, Dr. Brumper rightfully said, another level of intervention is to speak to the Liberian people. Tell them X, Y, Z, this is what I'm doing. This is what I've done. And that's why some people might say maybe he has a PR problem. So they are the problem. Nobody stopped the majority group or anti-rule of law group from going to sit under the Gava or fanatic Kofa. Nobody stopped them either. And that's also past history for me, actually. Where we are right now, the Supreme Court has ruled. It is as simple. Everyone is hypocritical. I was watching the show, Stanton, and when you ask the finance minister, who does he consider the speaker? He could not answer that question. He danced around it. This is the hypocrisy in our country that needs to be stopped. Everybody want to be in favor, want to be brown nosing somebody else. It does not help the building of our country. It does not help democracy at all. If we're not going to speak the truth, we're not going to speak our authentic, we're not going to be genuine with each other, it does not help. What it does is degenerate our country. Any kind of learned person who can read and write, you will know what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court said that the sitting, SITTING, the meeting was illegal.
Okay.
That's that.
What there was the court ruling, Dualu? We'll come to Dualu before we come to you, Uncle Sam. The court ruling was what, the 6th? Today is what, the 9th, right?
The 9th, yeah, 3 days ago.
So the day the court ruled that the day they send this letter out, because this is December 6, 2024. What this tells you, Dualu, that I think they felt that, listen, we don't have to listen to the ruling of the court. We want or so, something like that. So talk to me.
Stanton, look, we've spoken about it, like I said, we've spoken about this in so many ways, but I want to be very clear here. The language of the Supreme Court was very plain and simple. And one of the responsibilities we have here, and I actually did look this up because everybody's coming with different pronunciation. If you can say Siri, you can say Vari. Ultra Vari, that's the actual pronunciation. I actually look it up, you can look it up yourself. Vari, not virus. But I want to say this, so Stanton, look, the Supreme Court language is simple. It is clear. But here's what continues to happen in our country. Uncle Sam alluded to this. If the court rule and that ruling does not favor Stanton Weatherspoon and it favors Dualu, Stanton believes the court ruling doesn't matter. And he stands on the court ruling not mattering because nobody enforces the court ruling. This has been the case in Liberia. It doesn't mean the court does not rule. And then I beat up the court on many occasions where the court will take eons to rule on certain cases. But when the court rules in these cases like this, it's forward. Look, guys, if we veer away from the rulings of the court, we're going towards chaos. And we don't want chaos. In the absence of the courts and enforcement, chaos ensues. And this is where we are going. There's nothing more I really got to say about this because it's already been said. Yeah.
You remember what are the virus, coronavirus, by that virus, by lead up with the thing, by. Yeah. The thing like coronavirus, somebody get it. Let's move on. let me bring in Uncle Sam before we go to Alva. Uncle Sam, talk to me.
So let me speak to my brother Yellow. Mr. Yellow, you remember the first presiding officer was Clarence Guy? You not forget? The first presiding officer was Clarence Guy. Thomas Fala was sitting out with Fanati Kofa in the other room. You forget? You forget? You want answer? You forget? That Clarence Guy was the presiding officer? Not the deputy speaker? You forget? It was not after 1 or 2 days before Thomas Fala went and crossed over to the majority black. Is that, what is that, selective amnesia, dementia, or what? Do you remember that? Come on, guys. Some of us, we all, but we have our mental faculties. There's no dementia setting in. There's no Alzheimer's. Okay? Some of us went to school late. Okay, so you say I'm a warmonger, but I'm asking you, do you remember that Clarence Guy was the one who was the presiding officer, not the deputy speaker in the first 2 sessions of the illegal setting of the majority black? You forgot that? Let's go, man. I beg you. He will not even answer.
Thank you very much.
It's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer. It's rhetorical.
I need to provide clarity shortly.
Councilor, real quick.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. I think you are forgetting. When Councilor Kofa was in Italy, there was a session that was aborted, the first, and they went to the joint chamber. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not talking about the other one you're talking about. I'm talking about the day.
But you said it was aborted. It was aborted. It was not.
And they went in the joint chamber. It went in the
man,
joint
please,
chamber.
man.
This is where the
You
motion was
forgot,
made.
man.
So you need to understand it, sir. You have to understand.
There were no
You are
actions taken. There were no actions taken by the minority.
I allow you to speak.
There was
So
no
I'll just ask
setting
for
of the
1 minute
minority
to
because
provide
there was no
authority.
quorum.
I'm
Stand by air, I was nice.
It's very clear. Article 33 is very clear. There was
All right,
no
so let's move on.
setting.
to tell me that I'm
Honorable Yedu, you will make your point. Honorable Yedu, we heard what you said. We'll get to you. It'll be more detail when we get to you. Thank you very much. It's Ava to where after Ava will come to Dr. Boblet Clinton, Vanisaki, Paul Kennedy. Now, after this round, I will have to excuse 2 individuals because we have Vendetta Patrick Asido and Fatima Bintu in the back, and we have one pastor in the back. No. Uncle Sam, you are still you're not going on. You the audience said we cannot disrespect you.
I won't run to some family matters.
Yeah. Stand up. We got somebody in the back, man. I tell you.
Yeah, I won't run to some family
I can drop up.
All right. No, hold on 1 minute. Let me get to Ava. Ava, go ahead, talk to us.
At this point, Senator, is just like we belaboring the point. If the president really is going to call these 2 parties together, I mean, it's being overdue. Let him do it. But sometimes this whole executive role is about executing and doing what's in the best interest of the country. It's not just about always, let's settle this thing. It's about the rule of law sometimes and enforcing the rule of law. We can't just be half settling things. Let somebody know they're wrong. They're not doing the right thing, and this is the right way to do this thing, and I don't want this to be happening again. He's the president. There's some decisions that he has to make as the chief executive officer of our country, and it's up to him to stand and make those decisions for us. But just always in the middle. I don't think it solves some of the serious problems we face today. You're like, forget it. No, we shouldn't be just forgetting everything. We should tell John, you're wrong. Dwalo, you're wrong. Stanton, you're wrong. Okay, Paul, as it do for the first time in your life, you're right. And let the decision go.
But why I would be wrong then Paul and Acid do right? Yeah, man. Oh, man. Do the example different way, man. Let me bring in Clinton and Dr. Bopler before Clinton. Dr. Bopler.
So, I said before, I'll say again quickly so my other colleagues can speak. The president shouldn't take a side, but the president should bring all the sides together so we solve problems. And the best form of conflict resolution is conflict prevention. This thing started a long time ago. People who were just iterating positions and reading the Constitution If we can't get to a solution, we need to find a different means without violating the Constitution. And nowhere does consultation violate the Constitution. I also want to say this. The president is responsible for the whole nation. And the way this works, and Dr. Francine, right, the buck stops somewhere. The two sides to that coin, though. The buck stops somewhere. If the lawmakers, the first parent government, are not doing their job and the country doesn't work, guess what? It is the president who is responsible. So you need to get involved behind the scenes, encouraging leaders to lead so we solve the problem. That's all we're saying here. We've been to the Supreme Court now multiple times, and everybody got their own interpretation. We need to find a way forward. And that's where I think the president's discussions with leaders can be helpful. And I think he should do that. He should do that because right now we need some kind of intervention. We're not making progress, leaving the first branch of government, lower house, to themselves. The president needs to get involved.
Clinton?
Look, at this point, I think the president's own involvement has to be that he has to follow the Supreme Court ruling. Again, the Supreme Court, they're not in space. The people are right there. They actually work next to it from here. And the president calls, work with members of the Supreme Court on a lot of things ahead of government. So let him find out for now if he's unclear about the ruling. At this point, they need to look. When you talk about when Garrison talk about the and Sam was right. Thomas Fala did not join that block until like 2 or 3 days before, so there was no presiding. He wasn't presiding. So that initial communication that asked him to preside did not even happen because he didn't preside. When Speaker Kofa returned to the country, he was then the speaker and the presiding officer. Look, there is nowhere, as far as I know, where you have a Supreme Court decision and there's myriad interpretations. The Supreme Court said one thing and they said it in plain English. All the other interpretations are just political maneuvers to muddy the entire process. And people are deliberate, they're intentional, they know exactly what they're doing. They're intending to plunge this country into chaos. And I think the president is complicit. He's complicit because he's not taking actions. He's not taking the actions that are needed. For instance, look, the president is the head of the executive. The president, the executive, when you talk about the budget, when you talk about all the other things, for Kofa to take administrative action, some of the things the executive said, for instance, the Supreme Court said, we can do some of the things for you, but you can go back and do it. If Kofa decides today that he's going to withhold the salaries of people and he's going to call the Ministry of Finance, are they going to do that? So this is where you need the executive to act. They just need to act upon the ruling. So this dispute, this entire thing that is happening because the president has been deliberate that he's going to do what he's going to do. He can singularly end this entire thing that is happening. Try to laughing because he didn't.
No, somebody say you get a train sleeping tablet. Go get you a train.
No, man, that's why I get to the show when I'm home. I always do the show when I'm to the office. The children play.
Let me say this.
Stand up. Let me drop off, man. There's people in the back. Let me drop off small.
No. I send your text message back. But wait,
The
man what I say. I'm going to bring in Vanessa Saki. We got to give Vanessa Saki 1 minute, maybe 10 seconds. Vanny.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Again, this statement is not intended to indicate that American lawyers are smarter than Liberian lawyers. But my late mother used to tell me, son, if you want to know things that you don't know, you pay for knowledge. I took the ruling today to a lawyer and asked for time, and he charged me $150 per hour. I said there's a struggle going in my country about interpretation. And I explained the whole case to him, and I presented the ruling. When he went through the ruling, I said, so tell me, who is the winner here? He said he circled the last paragraph on the second page, Rado. He said, read it for me. I will read it. That under these circumstances, the Supreme Court cannot do for the legislature what is within preview to do. To do so will be a violation of the constitutional mandate as on the separation of power. So they lawyer asked me, the Supreme Court listed the circumstances, and the court rule and say, based on these circumstances, go do what you're supposed to do for yourself. He says so. The petitioner who prayed the court did not get what they prayed the court for. That's what he told me.
Thank
But
you.
I mean, it left,
Let me say something to you, Bob. I beg you, Bob, can you go get $150? You know how many people will get food for Christmas? If you get that same $150 to this cash app today, $20 for a bank arrest. That almost 7 bank arrests, and you're gonna feed a family of maybe 50.
The reason I did
$50 to remember your whole story not true, my man.
No, so let me end my 10 minutes.
You didn't say anything till you gave the same amount of $150.
I will do that, Stanton. I will do that. Trust me. I will do that. I will pay. I will do that. The reason, Stanton, I was looking for an independent. I will do it. I will do it, Stanton.
No, listen. You had nobody to counter you, right?
Yeah.
You are the complainant. You are the defendant.
What's the name? Let me talk. Yeah, Stanton. Let me tell you, Eduardo. My purpose of paying that money was not because I had a lot. I was looking for an independent interpreter, somebody with no interest, no understanding of the crisis. That's what I wanted. That's what I paid that money. Not because
the last paragraph.
The last paragraph on the second page, for those who say the Supreme Court rule in favor of the majority black. My lawyer said, it's but let me say this, Stanton. After the ruling, former Speaker Kofa indicated on a page that he is now ready to engage. He came to the realization that the legal battle was over. He had to engage. But unfortunately, the engagement is to attack members of the majority black. That how they're going to engage to bring that one. But let me say this, Stanton. Let me say it as I conclude. Again, I'm advising President Joseph Yuma Burger. This is your son who always advise you. Please stay far, far away from this. Do not play a follow role. Do not play a presidential role. Leave it. Continue to do business with the majority black that have all legal, constitutional and legislative instrument to do business for you to succeed. Forget about playing role, because if you play any role today, let me conclude, Stanton, 1 second. If the president called them tomorrow and he meets them at a politician and said to Kofa, look, legislative politics, the side with the bigger numbers win, let it thing go. Kofa come from there crying. Oh, and we said it. So I know what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. It's always cool having you. Seriously, I do. I like your argument you bring, but again, I'm sorry, you have to go back for your money. Your lawyer ate your money. Paul Kennedy and Asitu.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to our viewers. Brasagi, you need to go back and get your money. In fact, I was trying to ask you which community that lawyer come from Derby, because no lawyer gets paid $150. It's $300 or $400, my brother.
An hour, man. An hour, just for an hour. It was short, 3 pages.
An hour is $100. It's not $150. It's at least $300 or $400.
I live in Iowa. I don't live in your East Coast. Too expensive.
In the Washington D.C. area.
So, I'm from Iowa.
So that lawyer got free money. Anyways, the Supreme Court says.
Hold on 1 minute, Paul. Vani, don't you leave. Let me just put you in the bag that I can bring in Fatima and some other people. Okay.
Okay.
Please, just stay in the back. Go ahead, Brother Paul.
Yeah, thank you. So, Stanton, the Supreme Court says that the process of removing the speaker by the majority black was illegal, and that the majority black sitting wherever they were sitting to conduct business was not in accordance with the official duty of the House of Representatives. In the joint chamber, those are people who work in the legislature know that you don't have a regular daily section in the joint chamber. The joint chamber is an assigned place for a particular section with joint legislative body. The name says it. Now, my fear here, Stanton, is that the legislatures, especially the guys in the House of Rep, are refusing to abide by Supreme Court rulings. Tomorrow, somebody will win election with 28% in the first round, and say they finish winning the election. They're not going to the second round. And then you go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court say no, it's 50 plus 1%. They say we don't care. We're not going to the second round because we finish winning with simple majority. This precedent that has been set in the House of Rep, it is not a good thing for our country. These representatives who are lawmakers, who are supposed to be making laws for everyone to emulate, to follow, to guide our country, cannot be the one disobeying the verdict or whatever judgment sent down by the Supreme Court. I mean, take it whatever way you want. What we are seeing in Liberia is getting scary. It could lead to a constitutional crisis. Tomorrow, somebody win election in the first round, and you will know our constitution say, of course, it has to be a simple, absolute majority, not simple majority. You got to win 50 plus 1, and somebody win simple majority with 28%, 30%. They say, I'm not going to the second round. What will you do? Then we run to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court say, no, it's absolute majority, but the president does not adhere to the Supreme Court. Do we want our country to go in that direction? This is what the group of 43 is telling me now. That 43 group of people are there really telling me that they are not going to respect anything the Supreme Court tell them. Because the Supreme Court say, go back and do your business. We're not trying to interfere with it, but your process you're using to remove the speaker is wrong, and the place you are sitting to assemble is not within the confines of your laws. We need to understand this. Liberia is getting scary, and nobody's praying for war because I lived through it. But look at what's happening. It is not a representation of a group of honorable people. We've seen people fight all over in parliament and in legislature around the world. Not a day we saw them cutting each other ear off and doing the kind of thing we see happening on the grounds of the House of Rep. So the Liberian people have to speak out. If the president cannot step in, then I think the people themselves now will have to speak out, because we got people who are representing us, taking pay and doing nothing for almost 2 months. So I think that it is calling the attention of the Liberian people so that they can come in for our country to not degenerate into some kind of chaos or violence. But we are seeing it, we are on track to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul Kennedy. Thank you. It's good to have you. Let me bring Ashley Doe and welcome our sister Fatima on the show. Brother Doe.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody having the thinking that President Boakai has not stepped in to solve the problem is wrong. The president is a direct party to the mayhem in our country. The president is a direct party to the lawlessness in our country. The president is a direct party to the chaos on what we are seeing on our streets. One good thing I feel happy about today, though I'm sad about my country, is that, like we have said since the inception of this, that President Boakai is the chief architect for all of the things we've been seeing in our country. People brought up George Weah's name, people brought up all kinds of names. But today, it is clear now, like I've always said, the pregnancy of a woman comes in front, it doesn't go back. That President Boakai, although we know over the existence of his life, has always been a man of failure. A recent example is the CPP. Is the one carrying our country through a dangerous path. My people, you saw police officers who are under the leadership of the executive branch at the Capitol building. What were they doing? They did not go to stop violence. They went to protect one group of the conflict. In addition to this, despite the Supreme Court's ruling, the president authorized members of the executive branch to do business with the same group the Supreme Court ruled against. How can we be very much bad to our country to think old man Boakai has not stepped in? What much more do you need to see? This entire episode started when Boakai took the speaker to room. The same day they left for room, it was the same day this whole episode started. Look at our country. My people, look at our country. Is anyone here proud of Liberia? We have never seen anything like this. Even under the leadership of the George Weah, where the quote unquote educated people say he's not educated, we didn't see such an embarrassment in our country. Are we not living in fear? Are we not sensing troubles coming from ahead? What kind of man who boasted to have come to power with 40 years of government experience would do our country like this? What is this? What are we witnessing? Who is proud on this show of Liberia? What is going on? What is going on? Is this the rescue that the people were told about? Is it? I think we should be embarrassed. We should be concerned with our country. We should be concerned. In time to come, all of us will descend. And if need be that we call for the ouster of Joseph Boakai of president, we will remove him from power by force. And we will set it.
Okay, so you will not make such a comment again, Isaac, you will refrain from such a comment. This is a public network. We cannot call for violence and we cannot call for the ouster of the president. On that note, again, I always said to everyone, you can make your point. So therefore, we have to excuse you from the show because, again, you do not want to make this show an extreme program. No. So your comment that you put out there, it was very, very extreme. We are not calling for violence. We can speak to the issue, but we cannot call for the ouster of the president. That is totally wrong. It's criminal. It's a terroristic statement. And therefore, we have to disavoid ourselves from such comment. And I believe everyone on the show agree with me tonight. Now, we are talking about Liberia. We are not talking about ousting the president. It's terroristic threat to the country. And I mean, anyone on the show disagree with me though? I mean, we have to govern ourselves even though we disagree politically. I want to bring you on, Vendetta Patrick. We'll go to Fatima.
See, I thought it was a different thing. Like I said, I've exhausted every piece of recommendation. We've spoken for 2 months. And as such, personally, I don't want to be repetitious. It will end by itself. Like I said, it is time for action. We prevented this thing from happening. People describe us in a different way. Some use undigested words. They say we don't love the president, we hate the president. Well, the honorable members of the House of Representatives will handle their own problems. And what I can only say to Liberians, stay off the Capitol building. What I saw yesterday, I mean today is still 11, is going to degenerate into chaos more. And over a period of time, there will be additional participants because in this country, there's something guilt by association. If you come from certain block and you do something bad, that whole group or constituent will hold you responsible. It's the same thing. When the lawmaker is defamed or made to appear unpopular, they have their supporters, they will take offense to that, and they will react differently. The same way people come here, criticize the president, people come in defense of the president. Some people can go the extra mile to defend their leaders. So again, I pray that it does not degenerate, but what I saw today, I am very convinced that both parties have reached to a point of tasting what they have cooked. And for me, say I'm not a good cook. We prevented this from happening. Instead, when I had to cook, I would just sit down and watch. But in conclusion, the display of arrogance and lawlessness at the Capitol building is the product of what we elected. Many of these people who are there, they should not have been there in the first place. But again, some of us who were trucked like animals to different countries to go and vote for $20. And today you are wondering why these people are behaving like this. I see some of you are getting very angry. You should not be angry. You put them there. They pay you $20, $50. You got in trucks. You don't live in Bapolu. You don't live in Maigidi. You don't live in Lofa. You don't live in Grand Jide. But you went there to make decisions for the people in those countries. If you people have sat down in your area constituency and say we will vote, we'll speak our mind, you are going to get some of the best lawmakers in Maserati and other countries. Today, what you see today is the product of your decision. So again, CEO, I just want to discourage people who will want to go there. If you are not a starter of the Capitol building, don't go there tomorrow. Those who are there, let the people go and eat what they have cooked. We'll watch, we'll see. I have no recommendations. We said this thing will reach to a point where there will be conflict and all of us will suffer. People did not listen, so this is where we are. They will end their own conflict and they'll find solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to bring in Fatima Bintu Salif. Though we have freedom of speech, we have free speech, we can disagree. It is totally wrong when we use remarks to invoke, anything short of bringing about any terroristic acts, words that we're going to use. Is completely wrong. And on behalf of the entire network, as a former CEO, and thank God Madam Titi is traveling back to the country tonight, I want to say to everybody, we are not part of that remark. And I also want to say, if our brother Asido, who we so love, we will actually ask him not to be in the chat room. We can disagree, folks. We disagree on so many issues. We do. Every one of us here, we in the chat room. Go in our chat room is firing up. We respect our sisters in the chat room, but sometimes we go above. Nobody said that the king or queen in the chat room. People in the chat room, they don't like Josh Manawea. Folks that they just don't like President Bwaka. But we discuss politics for the betterment of our country, Liberia. But to say you will use force to remove the president, while you sit here in America, say you can openly condemn your statement, you're not welcome back on the show. I'm disappointed in Asido. We should not encourage anyone. We are here beating on the lawmakers. We are here beating on Fanatikofa, Recheku, and the rest of them. Our country should be a better place. How dare anyone to make such a statement? Now, as a network, the biggest network in the country, that we all come voluntarily to serve our people by appearing here every evening, we distance ourselves from such statement. I don't think that is part of freedom of speech.
Nope.
Let's hear you all, Fatima. We do another round because it's 6:28. We got about 30 minutes left in the program.
So first of all, I would like to say hi to all of the panelists. I would like to say hi to the viewers and the listeners and all those Liberians who yearn every day to listen to Spoon, to keep us honest and ensure that we're doing everything Liberia. I woke up this morning to the Capitol building and I was truly, truly disappointed. I know this president have in private, and before I even say that, CEO, I heard you saying, I think I even asked the minister when he was on the last time. I said, Mr. Minister, do we have a PR issue where we are not showcasing some of the good things that this president is doing? Because for him, it's not about showing off. But you know what? Equal, if you're doing something,
You should let people know. And I was expecting the president to actually address the nation today, because I think because of the separation of state and powers, I think he should have stayed out of this one, but I wanted him to make a comment, make a statement, say something today. Because first and foremost, when I saw the people that we elect as our lawmakers actually attacking journalists, attacking one of our Spoon journalists today, I woke up to that. I woke up this morning to that, watching it live on Spoon TV. And I felt like, it was wrong yesterday. It was wrong today. It will be wrong tomorrow. These people, they are helping us to know what's going on in our country. I don't think any journalist deserves to be treated the way they were treated. I believe strongly. I think you guys know I come here every day and I say my piece. I said that I do not believe that the 43 men are renegades or acting out of order if you are a leader and you have people working under you. Okay? I'm a director of social services and I have 12 social workers. And if 5 or 6 of them come and say, oh, we've lost confidence in Fatima, I will go and plead with them. I will call them, we'll sit down and talk. So when the ruling came out and I heard at the time, the embattled speaker, the former speaker, to me, he is the former speaker, come out and say, oh, now he wants to have a closed door communication. I was disappointed because it was too late, a little bit too late. When he came from wherever he was, from serving the Pope or seeing the Pope or visiting the Pope, I think he should have called people, spoken to his peers. Dr. Brookbless said that on this platform. It was time for negotiation. He didn't do that. Things went bad. No amount of them coming as honorable people, our children look at them. They are our lawmakers. They're supposed to enact laws that would benefit women and children, the elderly, and people living in our country. And I can't even pinpoint one law they have enacted this year. Maybe there is, and I stand to be corrected. But I don't think there is one. And they are sitting there attacking police officers, beating on our journalists. I think is wrong. I think what they were doing today was elementary. I don't think it represents the oldest republic on the continent. I've seen Chinese people. I always like to watch parliament issues. I've seen them throwing chairs and doing stuff, but I never saw them go and attack private citizen or journalist. That's wrong. It was wrong. It was wrong, and it's wrong. So I just wanted to come on here to say, I don't think the president should interfere. I really don't think he should. I don't think they're breaking any laws. The Supreme Court, everybody has their own interpretation of what happened last week. I believe the Supreme Court said, I cannot ask you guys to do what I don't have the power to ask you to do. Y'all go and settle it. And that's what I understood from the ruling. Ultra-virus or ultra-virus or coronavirus or my virus, all that one don't matter. They're not going to put on a Fanaticova's gather. They've made it known, and the sooner we accept that, the better the country will move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring Uncle Sam, Garrison Yedu, Councilor Yedu, please.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, my sister. I follow your logic is very good. I just want to remind us here about something. The last paragraph in the ruling. And everybody keeps saying one party won. It says settings. And it says actions. So if the Supreme Court referring to the majority bloc, quote unquote, the majority bloc, the one who have said settings in the plural.
No, let's get it clear now, please. No, I think it's about
let you finish, Fadela Patrick. Can you allow him to finish, please? Thank you.
Their action, they didn't say minority or majority. They were talking about the two groups. That what they said settings and that what they said actions. So if they were talking about one group of people, they were saying the setting by the majority group. But they said settings. So when the Supreme Court says setting and you want to interpret their own way, then that's it. But let's be honest here. Like my sister just said, the catching issues in the opinion is when the court said that there is no law that people have passed to tell us how you can compel majority member to go to section. By that, the code was about invoking the political question doctrine. That your political thing, you go do it. We are not into it. That's what the code did. Because the case is in read. The case is not this person versus this person. The case is in read. And in read, you are asking the court to interpret certain provision of the Constitution.
And the court did.
And that's what the court did. So I agree that the court did that right. The court interpreted it. But you are one group will say this person won, and another group will say this person won. How?
So Honorable Yellow, let's do something real quick. Honorable Yellow, let's do something real quick. Let me say this. Let's forget about the Supreme Court ruling. We've been discussing it since 3-4 days now.
So with the issue of
no, let me ask you the question, sir. Eduardo is tired, Federa Patrick is tired, Asido is tired, I'm tired. I want us to now move forward.
Okay.
Because everybody will interpret this ruling as a seat. All right? Seriously. We had Tewan Gonglo, we had Serena Sifa who said, well, the majority of black won. Then yesterday he said no, Fonati won. It's a conflicting situation right now. You cannot be the devil and the angel at the same time. But here we are today. What you saw today at the Capitol building, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what is happening in our country right now and how we can resolve this. You still got Fonati as a speaker. I will end on this one. You still have Fonati as speaker. No matter what you do, people in CDC believe Fonati as speaker. Non-sedition believe Fonati as speaker. Richard Kuhn, he got police escort, a brand new car. They call him Speaker Kuhn. Where are we? The Senate now try to negotiate. Tuesday will be one of the big meetings as to which side they're going to lean on. Information that the negotiating with Fonati Kofa to step aside. And Fonati said, no, give me 49 or I will not step aside. How can we resolve this? Councilor Yedo.
Okay. Thank you. You see, the Senate, even if the Senate is now negotiating, I think it's belated because you know that the Senate should have not been sitting after 5 days when you said that the minority have adjourned repeatedly. And after 5 days, you are still sitting. It means, obviously, you have agreed that the majority is sitting, you are in concurrence with them. Because the law says neither house should not adjourn more than 5 days without the concurrence of another house. So for you to sit beyond 5 days, you need the concurrence of the Senate. But the way forward we have, like Francia said, we need the president not to intervene in this matter. Because if he goes into the matter, they will blame him. They will blame him. I think legislative matter should be handled by them themselves. And well, we have the Speaker Tyler situation, but what we observed, what we witnessed today was bad. I think during the Speaker Tyler time was once that we saw toss in the building, and we all went to chamber. We said, look, gentlemen, this is not what we are here for. The war we have to fight here is they push the logic, they argue the law, and use the rules. So for me, all through that time, I used to go on radio station, argue, and all my colleagues will go, we argue. But to say, let's use toss, violence, we experience too much violence in this country. And nobody in a sound mind will sit here and encourage violence.
So, Councilor, because we got to go out big here, everybody want to come in. My last question to you, and anybody else can jump in. We'll go to Uncle Sam, Dr. Richardson, Eduardo. We'll get prepared to leave the show for tonight. Councilor, please, just help us. If Fonati say, I'm not resigning, for the answer, we are not giving you, the majority say we are not giving you 49. Fonati stayed in his office. Richard Kuhn said, where are we heading, sir?
You see, I will give you some of our scenario today. I said, well, Judas went and sold Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. And then when he saw Christ on the cross, Then he felt sorry for his own action, and he went back to return the 30 pieces of silver. And then it was belated. He already saw Jesus. In my mind, the 52 people that signed the resolution, and then they come back and say, look, we're going to rescind our signature. The Constitution, Article 49, say removal by resolution of two-thirds. And looking at the total number being 73, you need 49. So that why you see Justice Wolo Colley was asking us, I'm counting the number, it did not reach 49. We say in 5 it is 52. We told her. And then the Chief Justice said, but that is the 52. All I'm saying to you is that the issue of former Speaker Kofa is done. It's done because the number have gone against him.
Was this lawyer a member of either law groups?
Yes.
Because the way he said that we ask or whatever, I'm confused. Do you know, Stinton?
Who are you asking about?
Well, I didn't hear your question.
I think what she's asking is whether you were on any side of the representation, because you said we asked for.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
You
Yes,
represented the majority
I'm trying to say to you, yes.
Your position clear.
So I don't think if you read the opinion, you'll see my name there clear. I'm just saying.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No,
Yes,
let's be honest here. I'm trying to say to you.
But Councillor, let's stop this thing, Councillor. But this is not going anywhere. I mean, this will continue forever now.
The fact of the matter is, I can just bring you to a recent case in your own American jurisdiction when what the guy named.
So I know you're going to bring it. I don't like the American example, but let's go back. Let's go. I beg you, Councillor.
Speaker McCarthy.
Councillor, let go. The Speaker McCarthy left. Then you know the people had the vote.
If you don't have the majority, what do you do? Will you hold the country hostage?
No,
it's not a question. It's not.
But should the majority be holding the country hostage too and not following the laws?
The majority follow the law. They use the
resolution. They follow the law. I don't know.
Let's get Uncle Sam, Dr. Richardson, Mr. Duado, because we also guys, please make this as part of your closing with Becky, guys. We got 18 more minutes. Uncle Sam.
Look, the Liberian people are not stupid people, right? Sometimes they may be lazy to look into something, but let me just speak to you as my Kenny's son, that she's so lapa beta about to send me to St. Patrick's. And this is the reason why she sent me to school. So I could speak to my Basa people and other people who were not lettered. Because both my father and my mother were not lettered. You know? I mean, I was very ashamed one time when I was sick. I went to Cooper Clinic and I asked my mother to sign. She couldn't sign. I was very embarrassed. Very, very embarrassed. My mother couldn't sign. My father couldn't read. But here is the matter. Imagine this, my Liberian people. The president of the Republic of Liberia invites the speaker to go to Italy to meet the Pope. And while he's there is a plot, a diabolical plot being hatched at the Capitol to remove him. He sends them a thing that he's coming. He's taking a private jet. That couldn't happen. When he didn't come, they went in the middle of the Capitol, on the grounds of the Capitol. On the grounds of the Capitol. Not in the setting. On the car road, my people. They went to the car road to the Capitol and called themselves having a session in there. So ask yourself, my Liberian people. The man said he was coming the next day. What made them to want to hurry to move him so much that they couldn't wait for 1 or 2 days for him to come? And then when they had a session, it was an illegal session because they made somebody called Clarence Gard to be the presiding officer in that illegal session. It was only 2 or 3 days later that Thomas Fowler joined them. The executive, while this matter was in court, decided to send the Water and Sewer Managing Director and one other official to the illegal group. To this illegal group, because they said the first citation from the minority group, from the speaker, was not perfected. But he perfected that. And guess what? The court gave an order, a prohibition, and said status quo ante. Malabrumbo, when it says status quo ante, you must go back to exactly how things were. And guess what the so-called majority group did? The renegades. They refused to have section 2 times or 3 times in a row because they did not want to respect the order of the Supreme Court. Y'all remember that very clearly? They used some kind of excuse about going to some kind of funeral in Grand Bassa and so on and so forth. Last Friday, December 6th, around 4 o'clock, the ruling came out. And in the last paragraph of the ruling, it is an order. It said, and I hope I can get it here and read it here again quick. I beg you, my people. They said, wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, I want you to listen to you. I don't want Samuel Jackson reading it to you. Okay, the Bassa board from Sunny Wen. Any sittings or actions by members of the legislature not in conformity with the intent of Articles 33 and 49 of the Constitution are ultra, I don't know how to, I would say
Barry.
Okay, yeah. Hence, so listen to me, my water and my Sarah there, and my Sarah Kanga there from what they play.
I mean, leader, no leader, man. You don't know them. You call him my Sarah. No leader. You are born in the executive mansion. You ate good food, everything. You don't know my water, my Sarah. Stop this thing.
So I will not be distracted by a bourgeois. Okay. Hence. I will not be distracted by a bourgeois from Panton. Let me talk to the Bassa people. They say, hence, members of the House of Representatives are to conduct themselves accordingly. The clerk of the court is ordered to inform the parties. They give them an order.
Referring to anybody.
There was an order that was given to them. They gave them an order. They said the clerk will inform them. Guess what the board did? They started to come up and they started to dance. That was to do what? To muddy the water, to lie to the Liberian people, to change the ruling of the court in the minds of the people. That's who they are. They are renegades. They are rebels. They are not. They don't believe in the liberal democracy that what people then die for. So guess what? Then they still, and then guess what? The executive today sent the deputy minister for budget to this illegal group, their renegade group. They've taken side, and the speaker said it today. So Mawata and Sarah, this is what this whole situation is all about.
5 minutes.
So you make your own decision. Who is wrong and who is not wrong? Kofa said he will go. They just get 49 people. They are not people. So that
yeah, let's get Uncle Sam.
The flower, I leave it with you, my people. The flower, I leave it with you. In your hand.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Okay, we are going to do our closing. Guys, can we do 2 minutes each, please? It will only help us to leave from here early. Dr. Richardson, you want to go?
Yes, I'm going to do my best to stay within the 2 minutes. I'm going to just go by my notes that I have here. The first thing I want to note that failure of some members, the anti-rule of law members of the House of Representatives, to respect the Supreme Court or obey the rules of the Supreme Court. On 2 occasions, I can point out that they are disregarding the Supreme Court's ruling. One is when they ask them to go back and sit under the GAVA and begin the anti-status quo They didn't do that. They disregarded the Supreme Court. The second time is when they actually told them that the sit-ins were antivirus. I'm trying to just say the word correctly.
Call it
Ultravirus.
coronavirus. It would just be easy.
Ultravirus. Okay, it was not. It was beyond their duty or their authority to engage in such sittings. That's what it meant. So to me, okay, this implies that these anti-rule of law makers are disrespecting the Liberian people. They don't care. Okay, they are only in it for themselves. They are only in it to enrich themselves. They don't care about the Liberian people, whether you're elected Speaker Fanati, whether he elected all of his supporters. They don't care. They're just disregarding you guys. And to me, that's dangerous. That's very, very bad. They have hijacked our country. They have not worked for at least 2 months. They continue to get paid. They are staying at a hotel, and they come to work. And yet, it's still the president of our country who's supposed to demonstrate the highest level of leadership, who is actually, because of who he is, some people are actually considering him to be the father of the land. It's not demonstrating leadership. And that leads me to the question, what is motivating him to send members of his executive branch to go to the hearing of the legislature? That's something you Liberian people need to be thinking about. We the Liberian people, we need to ask, what is motivating this president? Does he fear something? Is he fearful that business will not be done in the House of Representatives as they have been done in the past? Is that why he's sort of conniving and just going with the flow as we see it now, instead of taking up a leadership intervention? I agree. We don't want him to take sides, but we want him to go by the rule of law. If the Supreme Court says something, he should stand up and go by what the Supreme Court said. There are 5 members of the Supreme Court. It wasn't just one person making a decision. I also want to take this time to just ask the supporter of the rule of law to remain calm, remain respectful. I agree with some people that said if the police says stop, the police represent the rule of law. You should follow them. The next thing is, if they continue to violate the rule of law, a caller called and he made sense to me. He said, go back to the Supreme Court. Share the violations with them. Unfortunately, it sounds like we'll be going back to the Supreme Court. We'll continue to go back to the Supreme Court to list the violations. And that is sad for our country right now. And that's what I have to add, Senator. Thank you for the show.
Brother Richardson, thank you. Thank you for even starting the show. You, Ava, and Eduardo. We really, really do appreciate every one of you for joining us tonight. Let me go to my brother, Eduardo. Eduardo, make your case.
Hey, to the audience, to the panelists, guys, it was a good show. We will come every time we'll talk about Liberia. Guys, I got to remember one thing, though. Patriotism is always, not temporarily, always siding with your country. There will be times that you have to veer away from so-called political parties, but you have to always side with your country. Honorable Buckeye, we can complain upon him, but he has to walk a very fine line when it comes to how he speaks about this issue. But by the same token, he must speak about this issue because that's the position he holds. We come here, the rule of law is not a suggestion. The rule of law is not a pick and choose. If the rule of law is presented, you are under obligation to follow the rule of law. Because for society to work, we all must follow the rule of law. If you're standing in the way of the police, as long as the police is operating within the confines of the law, you must follow the directive of the police. Let's not forget that the police have access to anywhere in the country that is legal. The police is not restricted from somebody's house or somebody's personal place. The police can go anywhere if the rule of law needs to be enforced there. But at the end of the day, the legislature has to do something here. Senator, will you please mute? The legislature have to do something here. They have to understand our country is being painted in a bad light. I don't know how they're going to go about this, but they have to behave like men and women, go behind closed doors if they need to do that, and make a decision. But I want to say this, Honorable Kofa. Do you want to reside over a bunch of men and women? Over half of them who have absolutely no trust in you, I'm not suggesting that you should resign. If you want to hold your position, by all means, let the law be followed. Ask yourself this question: do I want to resign over a bunch of men and women that have no confidence in me whatsoever? How would it be in the legislature or in the House of Representatives where these men don't believe in me? But by the same token, is this a way to remove a speaker? What precedents are we going to be setting if we do this? Gentlemen, we got to find a way and make Liberia right. It's not about you when you go to the legislature. It can never be about you. It's always been about these 73 or 103 men and women. It's never been about the country. There's nothing that they have done in the entire tenure that focuses entirely on the country. Everything they do is waiting inside for me. And this is the results we've gotten. Everything inside for you, but nothing inside for the country. And the country just continue to wither by the roadside. It was a pleasure as always, man. Stanton.
Eduardo, thank you very much. As always, we want to bring in Garrison. Garrison, give us your goodbye statement, sir. Consider Yeru.
Okay, thank you. I think we will not. Most of the people on the show have said a lot, and one thing that we all should put first is this: our country, Liberia. Liberia is above each and every one of us, and I don't think anybody in their sermon will encourage any form of violence or lawlessness. What is important to every one of us here is that we should work within the confines of the law, and if there is an opinion from the court and you feel that the opinion is in your favor and the people are not going by the opinion, you have a remedy. That remedy is to go back with a bit of information and tell the court that as per your opinion, the people are not going by it. The court will act. So if you don't go to the court and sit upon and say, because the court rule I want the case and the court not doing, they will all take the law in our own hand, then we'll not have a better country. For us to have a better country is that the same channel you use to go to the court to get the ruling, go use the channel through by the way of bit of information, file the bit of information on the court and say, look, you say X, Y, Z thing. And we feel that the other parties, they are not going by it. At that point, the court will intervene. Mind you, nobody can take that authority, the final arbiter authority from the Supreme Court, whether you are a member of the legislature or the executive branch. When we went to the court on the sanction, on the tenure issue, and the court ruled in our favor, and we felt that there were certain things the executive was doing was not good, we went back with a bill of information and filed a bill of information. So I'm just saying there's a remedy at law, and that remedy is that when you are not satisfied with what you believe that the court ruled in your favor, and since the court ruled in your favor and then you're not getting the outcome of the court ruling, go back to the court through bill of information and file a bill of information rather than us taking the law into our own hand. Because what happened today, it is not good. It is not good for the country. We fought war in this country for 14 years. I was born in Yekipa. I know the life I have, but when the war came, it changed everything. So I don't want to go back to a situation where I will enjoy my life in Yekipa and then I start making farm in Nima. So I don't want to go back to the village. And for our country to be destroyed, it starts very small. And when people cannot respect the rule of law, at the end result, everybody will take the law in their own hand. And we don't want to go back to that. So I really plead with people, whether the Funati Kofa group or the majority group, the focus should be there is a remedy. And if they don't understand the ruling, we all agree the Supreme Court will not give an advisory opinion. But you can go through bill of information, and through the bill of information, the court will come and make that ruling clearer to you, rather than using violence. So they use the legal means to resolve the problem at the capital, rather than using violence. So they carrying people, trooping them in was not good for the country. Our country is a fragile state. We want investors to come. How do you think investors will come to this country when we want to be involved into violence? So all I can say to our Liberian people is that we have to take our country first and follow the rule of law. Now, people always say, oh, I let to follow law. Because for me, 2017, when I saw issue with my result, when the NEC put out different result in Nima and different result called by what the guy named Kokoya in Morovia, I went to the court. We should use the court. There is a remedy. The court brought that opinion, ruling down. And if you feel that the ruling was in your favor, and certain group of people don't want to live by that ruling, go back to the court through bill of information. Inform the court. At that, we know the court will not give advisory opinion, but what the court will do is they will take their time to go one step beyond in the opinion for people to understand that from that place, everybody will know that place. Rather than us carrying violence, destroying properties, and beating on people, it is not good for our country. We need investors to come to this country. We need our children to go to school in peace. This is the only country we all have. So when we have problem here, I don't want to see myself going back to Africa to be a refugees or going back to Guinea to be a refugee. I want to be in Liberia and eat my jarret in peace and eat my buckwheat in peace and swallow my GB every morning in peace. But
why would you swallow GB in the morning?
That's the question I wanted to ask myself.
Together with you eat pepper soup. Yeah, that's my breakfast. I mean, tell you, Speaker Tower went to visit me in 2015, and he said, "More the breakfast." I said, "I got GB."
Wow.
I'm proud of that because that's my food. So in without GB, I mean, we have not eaten.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much, Councilor Yeru. Again, it's always good having you.
And move this country forward. Thank you.
Thank you. What do you expect tomorrow, though? The budget hearing continues tomorrow. We get more information. They have called the LRA folks, the LTA folks, the National Port Authority, the Ministry of Finance, and other people. They have called them. Again, it continues tomorrow. So, expectation from you, 10 seconds real quick, Councilor Yeru. Do you think we'll see more violence tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'm saying, Mr. Waterspoon, I think what is important is that there's a channel. You guys want the best lawyer, Councilor James, Councilor Arthur Johnson.
No, I'm asking you, do you think we'll see that which we saw today?
We don't want to, for me, I don't pray for violence. All I want, if you feel that the court ruling is misunderstood and people try to disobey the court ruling, go through by the means of
thank you. Thank you very much. As a violence bringer, thank you very much, sir. Have a good night, and we will see you again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As a vice, please. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. I said, hold on 1 minute. Let's try something. Is Nelson in there?
Yes.
Okay, you good now. Go ahead. You just fix it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I'm saying it was nice meeting the counselor in person, but I don't know what's complex about the decision that he just think it was just general. Things and actions, and certain lawmakers executed those sittings and those actions. And that last paragraph was referring to them. For people to make it blasé in general, like they were just referring to, all lawmakers, honestly, it makes no sense to me. So I would just say at this point, the executive need to act on the decision of the court. And that decision is those folks need to revert back to chamber, join the rest of the folks. Okay. Yes, they said they can't compel them, but that's what they need to do. That's the decision that's out there, because what they have done is illegal. It's unconstitutional. It has been interpreted. So what actions would anybody think the court was interpreting if it was not the actions of those specific lawmakers? If somebody can tell me what actions Fonanti performed, then, or what decisions were made, then I can understand. But there's nothing there. He did not congregate and sit. No. They said they can meet from time to time and compel the other people. But what was that meeting? Was it anything significant? No. Did he elect anybody? No. Did they appoint people to committees? No. Certain other people did it. Those are the people that are wrong. I don't see why we can say it. I don't see why the executive cannot execute as the enforcement arm of government those particular rulings by the Supreme Court. So I think, I don't know whether we can make this the last day, but a lot of this stuff is just juicy for some people and they want to keep coming to it. But like I said earlier in my opening, I appreciate, the MD for water and sewer, earlier in his statement.
I mean, is it true that you get consultancy contract with the MD?
No, not with the MD, with LeBron Water and Sewer Corporation, but it was through his demand.
No. That's okay.
No. I understand. Let people understand.
Governor Clinton want to ask you. I said, I'll give you a chance to explain this. Governor Clinton he's not right. He want to ask you whether your company had a consultancy contract with LeBron Water and Sewer Corporation, but then he threw the question to me. So therefore, I had to ask you because you start pressing out of the blue. You pressing Mo Ali. So we're gonna keep you for last. Don't you go anywhere. Dr. Boble, come on. Dr. Boble, come on. We're talking about the Supreme.
I'm talking about closing. Why you extended my closing in half?
Dwadu, we finished with the Supreme Court, the House of Representatives, the man pressing Mo Ali. So Governor Clinton was so fast. He said, man, ask the man contract. But anyway, that's fine. Man. Dr. Boble, come in.
I hope the consultation you're doing, they must come down the highway. We living here. We ain't see no water line here with our own water. Must consult with the water thing. They be the water and sewer that national. You're a smart man. You must come to the national thing.
I said, we'll keep it for last. We'll clarify that thing all year. You were clarified for 6 years. Hold on 1 minute. Go ahead, Dr. Boble.
So, a few things in closing, right? First, I want to say that freedom of speech is absolutely that constitutional right that we all have. With that freedom, though, come a tremendous responsibility. We must never forget our history, and we must keep things in context. I know sometimes we get emotional, we have a right to disagree, but we must always temper our speech so that it helps our nation. So in closing, I want to say, I said a long time ago that we need negotiation, not litigation. Here we are. We had litigation, we had court intervention, and look where we are. Everybody got their own interpretation, and people are moving in the direction that they chose. So, Liberia, we have to move beyond problem explaining to problem solving. That's the real test of leadership, and that's what I've always said. You go behind, close door, your talk, you negotiate, you find a way forward, and it's clear now that that's the only way we can go. Otherwise, this thing go from bad to worse. We don't want to see another day of violence. We don't want to see anything that further deteriorates this great institution called the House of Representatives. I also want to say as we close that we, the people, must do everything we can, right, to let our lawmakers know that what they're doing is totally unacceptable. They must not get an easy pass. We must remind them. We must put pressure on them, and we must register our disgust with this attitude, where they bring this honorable place in disrepute and think they can keep doing it all the time. Dr. Richardson said something, and it's important. She asked the question, have they passed any law this year that actually makes a difference? No, the answer is absolutely not. They have not spent a quarter of a time on any law that changes the lives of Liberians across the board. And look how much time they're spending on this one. So to that, I would say to the president, executive branch of government, move the agenda forward. Because the truth be told, by your God and my way get up every morning and the House of Representatives have absolutely no impact on their everyday lives. So Borka, move your agenda forward while the people across the street continue to squabble, because Liberians voted for you to solve problems, and excuses are not part of leadership. Move the nation forward.
Dr. Boble, thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Fundetta Patrick, VP.
Yes, it was a fun show. And I like the sessions from many of the panelists, except for Carlson Yelu. I disagree with him. The problem we have in this country is when we take a side, we find all means to justify our actions And I like what Abba said just now. The two groups were engaged in serious political wrangling. And one person felt that the Agabo of authority, there was a threat towards that Agabo authority, and they ran to court to seek the opinion of the court. And they reported that they felt injured. The majority bloc removed committee members, declare his seat, persona non grata, if I may say, or removing. So he wanted the Supreme Court to make a decision. And this Supreme Court said that the actions of the majority bloc is ultra various. And somebody is saying it applies to the two parties. How can that be? Where in the world Supreme Court will rule a ruling will favor two parties? I mean, this is just common sense. Every ruling in a case, I'm not a lawyer, but there's no way, tell me whether I'm wrong. You go to court and the court rule in favor both the respondent and the defendant. I have not seen that anywhere, only in Liberia. So for me, I don't know, but I tend to question the rationality of people claiming to be legal luminaries in our country. I mean, it's this thing, if nobody goes to court and the judge rule and the ruling favor both parties, only in Liberia. But again, I don't blame these lawmakers. I would like to end this on the citizens. What you see today at the House of Representatives is the product of our decisions. We elect people based on storming infrastructure. And make no mistakes, all these things that you see happening today, 2029, you won't believe. The people who are suffering these people, impressing them into poverty, they are lying down at RLJ. They are Santa Clausing and Mickey Mousing with taxpayers' money. Christmas is coming. Many of them will not have food to eat. But these people have taken pay. They will go for vacation. They have delayed us for 2 months. Nothing. And when we come here, we say, obey the law. And lawyers who are supposed to respect their legal positions to tell me throughout their law studies, they told them that every time a ruling comes from the Supreme Court, if there were two parties. I've never seen that in my life, that you take a case to a Supreme Court or to any court, the judge will rule in favor of the defendant and the complainant. Wow. Wow. I can only say tonight that prayer cannot help us. Other countries are developing because they are rational. They have men and women with integrity, men with balls. Sometimes we come here, we pray some of our friends. Hey, I always say this, I can disagree with you, but there's a difference between disagreement and hatred, or activism or criticism and hatred. But I think we want this government to succeed, and nobody invests in chaos. Right now, the investors wanting to come in the country, who stand to lose? I think the president is losing because chaos is in the country. Oh, like Joseph Waka. No investor come in the country like Joseph Waka. People fighting at the Capitol building, Joseph Waka. Somebody die at JFK today, or maybe they will die tomorrow, God forbid, no medication, Joseph Waka. So in the midst of all these competing problems, it is only prudent enough that this president that we elected to make him president of our country over George Weah, we sit down and calculate. He's now running 2029. What legacy is he going to be leaving? Will his legacy be protected 2029? I can only say tonight, if this thing continues, whoever that will stand in the gap to replace or represent the legacy of JMB come 2029, they may pay for sin that they don't commit. We saw what happened in the US when Trump came back. It just happened to Ghana. The vice president ran and they beat him massively. Liberia will not be a different case. I am asking the rescue missionaries. This thing is not about being politically correct, but to develop the confidence and the courage to look in the faces of your leaders and say, look, for the best of our country, we want to protect the legacy of Keke. Keke is an old man. He wants to leave a legacy that everybody will celebrate. I want to be very proud that somebody of my tribe left something that we can celebrate today. But with these chaotic situations, as a president, you become a trash can in the country. Any bad thing happen with talking on your ear. So again, I want to encourage the lawmakers. Tomorrow is Tuesday. We are begging you. We don't want violence. There are a lot of people wanting to return to this country. We don't want violence. Violence has never solved our problem.
Thank you, VP. VP, thank you very much. Thank you. Well said. We appreciate you. I'm going to go to Fatima. Vanisaki is staying in the back. We'll bring him on to do his closing. Fatima, I know you. The reason why Baru stay on the show is because he want to hear you closing, but then he will be gone. Go ahead, Fatima.
Anyway, well, CEO and to all of the panelists, my esteemed panelists, I would like to say, thank you for all that you do every day, coming on this show, helping to make our Liberian people understand their country, their government, and the happenings in our country. Before I go any further, Clinton, I was driving, I heard Clinton said something, and I agree with him. He said, why is it every time when Fonati is, the former speaker is at the House of Representatives, nothing happens. There is no police presence or no military, whatever. And I agree with him, it's true. Because from the onset of this whole saga, when a resolution was being delivered at the Capitol building, what happened? Some of the representatives tried to fight their way, trying to attack people because they did not want to receive the resolution. When they started to have their separate sessions, what happened? They went in there the night before, broke every chair and said they were renovating the building. None of them from the 43 men ever went and attacked anybody. When they were sitting in session having meetings, they came and tear gassed them. And today we saw the violence because the people went to session and this happened. I mean, we can try to navigate whatever's happening and try to bypass channels and say, oh, these people are our lawmakers who are not making any laws that benefit our people who are sitting there collecting coins every month. But unfortunately, what happens? Our people get the bad end of the stick. They are burned every day. Ma go to the hospital. There is no medication. Children go to school. There are no teachers. I've been hearing CEO talking left and right. University of Liberia. There is no a teacher. There is no education going on right now. Why? Because these people fail to hold the fundamental responsibilities that we have given them, empowered them with. But they will go and act like hooligans, fight, beat our journalists. I mean, chasing it. The guy was literally running away from them because he asked a simple question. And they were running. And then they try to say, oh, that I had people that I had made and I him. If you are representing all of Liberia, not only your district, you're the face of Liberia, and someone tried to say something to our journalist, and he says something that upset you, and your men going after him, you will halt it. Stop. Don't do it. He's a journalist. No, you stood there, you watch it. So it's one thing to say the former speaker is there, because I know if you are leading people, I did conflict resolution when I was doing grad school. And if you are leading people and people say they don't want you, the first thing you do is you call them to book find out what the issue is, and try to resolve it. If you cannot peacefully resolve it, you excuse yourself. Leadership is not by force. Leadership is not, you cannot impose your will on other people. Even if the former speaker was to go back, and the people say they are not going to sit under his gavel. The same day the rulings came down, they said, the Supreme Court, whatever they said, we will still not sit under his gavel. They won't do that. So we can sit here, we can pretend that we don't know what's going on in Liberia. We can pretend that these men have not said a time without number. Matter of fact, I was watching, because I enjoy my CEO on Sunday when he put his suits there on, the suit had no limit. He was sitting on the show and he was saying tomorrow 5 will cross over. Me, I was even expecting that. Not to expect people to come, people that our children look up to and say honorable this, honorable that, to be fighting police officers, beating, they can fight our police officers that are law enforcement people, but to attack our journalist who was only there to educate us and bring the news live to us in America. I think that was not right. And I'm not in my feelings. I have chosen a side from day one when I felt that the former speaker came to the country and he did not go and make peace with his people and try to get them on board. I felt like he was not a leader. And I've not supported him since that time. And I'm saying it here. I'm supporting the president's agenda. I'm calling for the president to stay out of this, because there's a separation of state and powers, and we all know that. He's the executive. He could do but so much, but the president has been negotiating behind closed doors. That's what people don't know. He's called that side. He's called this side. ECOWAS has come a bounce on them. Okay, they went to the Supreme Court last week and now bounce on their faces. So tomorrow, what else do we expect? Please, our spoon journalists, I hope you could just, I'm begging you, treat them kindly, because they're here to help make us understand what's going on in our country. Thank you to the viewers. Thank you to all of the listeners. Thank you for those who are contributing left, right, and center. And, all of those who are holding us accountable and saying things. So I just want to say thank you for Mama Liberia. Liberia is all that we have. And all of those who are saying that, if war comes, well, fragile peace in Liberia is what we enjoy. Honestly, you're talking me, I'm on a plane next week to go to Liberia, because what? I can go to any country in this world. If I don't go to Mama Liberia, I'm never happy. This is where my navel strings were buried, in Samuka town. So I'm telling you, my people, we will do what we have to do for our country. We'll educate people, but at the end of the day, Liberia will rise and Liberia will never fall. If anybody come and say they will do anything to our president, we will rebuke that person. It's wrong. It should never be said, because in these United States, if you make those kind of threats, FBI will be at your door. So you shouldn't do it to our president, Joseph Nima Boakai. I thank you for the opportunity, CEO. Did you want me to leave or did you want me to stay? Because
but Fatima, you feeling now I can leave. And my own barrel the oral.
You can leave with Fatima. You go ahead. You need to talk anyway. She's texting you. All right. Clinton, let's go. Clinton to us, Clinton.
Look, I have not seen so much contradiction in one group of people. You've listened to Fatima just now. On the one hand, she thinks it's wrong when you attack police officers. It's wrong when we attack journalists. But it's okay. It's perfectly okay when a group of people decide they're not going to follow the law because they're in a majority, and so they're just going to go ahead and circumvent all the laws, and it's okay. Look, it's either you have respect for the rule of law or you don't have respect for the rule of law. You can't respect the law when it suits you, and then when it doesn't suit you, and then you say, no, we have to compromise in some kind of way. Look, my dear brother Dwalo, I heard when you talk about trust and confidence. If this thing was about trust and confidence, I too would have asked for Nadi to resign. This is not about trust and confidence of his colleagues in him.
Rule of law.
This is about the rule of law. This is not about trust and confidence. And this whole issue from the onset with bribes and all the money things we're talking about that are involved with this thing, this has nothing to do with people having any kind of leadership thing.
That Dwalo saying the children on you. That Dwalo saying the children.
Let's drop that. The other thing is, I don't know.
Unless
you have not been involved, you don't live in Liberia, or have not been involved with being Liberia with government at any level, you will sit here and think that the police are acting without any kind of executive influence. Our police, they don't move, they don't act, especially at a high level, if there is not a directive from high above. We know this because we live in Liberia. We operated within the government. We know how it operates. That police doesn't move without executive influence. Look, the president has taken a side. We all keep saying that the president hasn't taken a side. He's taking a side. He's taking a side, Ansu. I'm sorry, but he's taking a side. And a side because as chief executive, it's his duty to protect and uphold the laws of our country. And it's so unfortunate what's happening. Look, let me conclude by saying there is no place for violence in our country. And there is no place for any advocacy of incitement of any sort of violence. We don't want violence in our country. And especially on a huge platform like this, when we have such a platform. When I follow this show like 24 hours and I go back to watch it, like 70,000 to 80,000 people have already viewed it. This is not a place for us to come and incite violence. So it's one thing when you call for civil actions. And I've called for mass civil actions. I believe that if the president will not act and the legislature will not come to themselves, the people of Liberia should engage in sit-ins and protests. That's permissible under the Constitution. But it's one thing to ask for the forceful removal of the president. I think my brother Isaac was out of order. We'll talk about that later. We, beginning tomorrow, the president and his officials, they have to sit and think about what they want, what his legacy will be. Look, this speaker thing, if they really had the numbers to remove the people, the process, if you read the rules, is just simple, A, B, C. The fact that they're going all through all this thing here is just tell you that it's something more than that. Honestly, you're not letting me, I'm not finished. And 2 minutes here. Fatima talked for 5 minutes. It's not even 2 minutes here. Sorry that Garrison has gone, but I was going to ask Garrison. The energy he's putting in, the tell Funati to go back and file a bill of information if he feels that the decision is in the favor and the other lawmakers will not listen. Well, Funati too is moving around and acting as speaker. So if they too feel that he's wrong, why haven't they gone to file the same bill of information to say tell Funati that he's wrong? Look, we have to be serious about when we talk about Liberia. Let's drop the partisan lenses and be objective about what we really want about Liberia. The actions of the majority lawmakers is wrong. The decision is clear as day, and the president was out. I'll stop there.
Again, thank you very much, Clinton. Thanks for that. Paul Kennedy, and then Vanisaki will go, then I go last. No, we still got to ask about his contract. So Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Clinton, and thanks to all of our viewers. Please mute. I'm getting myself back. Thank you.
I want to put a picture up if I'm mute, though. You know that, right?
Please mute back. Let me finish my statement. Look, it is sad to see the hole that our country is plummeting into. It's not a good place. For simple disagreement and misunderstanding. This is something that I believe the men and women of the House of Representatives will actually go and sit down to talk about, other than holding the country to the current state it is being held in. I mean, it is not normal what's happening there. If somebody wants to believe that it is a normal thing and each of the parties are actually in the right place, what they are doing is right. If it is right and normal, why are the police there? Why are people being beaten and brutalized? You know, why are we still into this conflict of who's where and, when? I believe that as a country, we've been through a lot. And every bit of a day that we delayed in moving the progress of this country forward, it is a retrogression for us. Our country is going behind because of the action of few. And few people who could actually just sit down and discuss this thing over a cup of tea or maybe a bottle of wine. But for us to come to this extent where no one can actually understand what's going on, I think it's not good for the progress and forward march of our country. So all I have to say tonight, Stanton, is, that we are praying and begging members of the party, the aggrieved parties, whether it's the speaker side or whether it's the block of 43 or somebody saying 50, find an amicable resolution to your problem and find it now. I'm tired of being on spoon every week speaking of the same issue. I mean, this has gone too long and nothing's coming out of it. I feel like we're just going around and about in the same circle. You come here, you talk about what's happening to the speaker. The next day you hear about the 43 block. They got two speakers in the house riding two different cars. No one is doing anything. So it's really sad for a country like Liberia that is among the poorest in the world. I mean, somebody talk about schools now opening and hospitals going back in disarray, all because of people not getting money on time to do what they're doing based on the action of what's happening now in the legislature. We are begging them. Let me close Stanton by wishing, today is December 10th, so I would like to wish my wife, Melody Galawolo, a very happy birthday. Knowing you for the past 10 years and being
Is that your
married
last
for
name,
8.
Galawolo? Is that your last name, Galawolo?
Galawolo Kennedy, yes. Melody Galawolo is the family name.
But you
And
didn't
of
put a
course,
Kennedy there, so I just want to make
Mama,
sure.
don't be asking me questions on my wife. And you're
No,
disrupting
but that
me.
means, man, I want to make sure, man.
Don't mess up anything. I just really want to wish my pumpkin, a very, very happy birthday. And I'll be with you soon. I missed today, but I'll be on the plane soon coming back. Yeah,
So
that was
Paul
December.
Kennedy,
That was
so that the
December
woman
of
birthday,
2015.
that the woman birthday in Liberia.
That's not your business, Stenton. This
But
is
you
none
brought
of
it
your
up.
business. No, this is December 15 of 2015, 1 year after I met my wife. You see how young and beautiful we were. Look how handsome I look, Stenton.
You
Don't be
trying to
jealous.
say you, and you're not praising the woman on her birthday.
I don't need to praise a woman on her birthday. Everybody see the woman looking good. What are you talking about?
Taking good care, Bro Kennedy. Thank you for a good job taking good care of her. I can see it.
I'm trying to bring politics in the thing.
No, but you in Liberia on a woman's birthday. I don't understand what kind of man you are.
Stanton, would you be bringing the politics in what
No,
happened in the House of
Dr.
Representatives?
What if Dr. Bobler will ever travel on his wife's birthday and travel alone?
Okay. You smiling, why smile and I talk about your wife? You all right? You all right? Happy birthday to your wife.
Happy birthday to your wife.
People get frowned out when they talk about their wife, but you smile, you talk about your wife.
No, I'm happy when I see my wife, my man.
I'm not like a rascal guy, Dr. Bobler. The man is in Liberia, Dr.
My wife is
Bobler.
a gift.
Dr. Bobler, the man is in Liberia, and today is his wife's birthday.
Nothing wrong with that. They spend a lot of birthday together. They will spend more birthday.
Man, I'm talking to you, man. Leave me alone. Dr. Bobler, the man is
I'll different Paul.
Thank you, my man. Thank you.
We want to say happy birthday.
I got it, man. Family counselor. Happy birthday to the wife here.
We want to say happy birthday to our sister. Enjoy your day. Again, listen, Paul told me everything. He will be here on Wednesday, I believe. And make sure that he's going to make it up to you. We want to celebrate you. Because of this, let me tell you a short story. Because of that lady, Paul left Woodsboro, New Jersey. He was a very useless guy, but she made Paul to settle down. Since Paul got married to her, they said, behold, all things have become new. Yes. So we salute you, my sister. Behold, everything has become new. Happy birthday to our dear sister. We wish you well. Vanisaki, you want to close? Gonna great. Sorry you came late, but we'll give you the last word, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. I normally do not like to give speech at a funeral service, so I always present flowers to a living body, not a dead body. I want to take this time tonight, Stanton, to deeply extend my thanks and appreciation to you. You have repeatedly stated on Spoon that the Spoon is the people's platform. It means we all should congregate here to talk about Liberia and talk positive things about Liberia. There will never be a president in the Republic of Liberia where everybody in the country will be happy with. To neg your position and your statement against my own friend Asido is welcoming, and I want to publicly appreciate you for that. Spoon, today, I've been popping in, going up, popping in, going on Spoon. But for the past week, I've been consistent. It has helped me and put me in trouble in a way where I can't hide anymore. People I used to hide from you like, bro, now I know where I am. They know everything because I own Spoon. Spoon is the biggest platform. It is the more listened to platform. You can sit on a platform and cause chaos in Liberia. You can stay on a platform and promote Liberia. Let me say to my brother Asido and many Liberians who think that Asido, former deputy minister, when former President George was in office, not all happy. When the 3 auditors were murdered in 10 days, a lot of Liberians were in tears. When President George Weah took $1.7 million money and flew to Qatar for 48 days to go have fun, many Liberians were angry. When former President George Weah abandoned duty and were not going to work, many Liberians were happy. But you know what? We did not allow our anger to say we'll go forcibly removing. This is what pains me every time. When young people leave the comfort of another man's luxury, go to Liberia when there's opportunity, reap and come back after they are no longer in power, and come back to America with anger and try to incite our people back home. It helped me so much. It helped me so much. Some of these guys presented Liberia as heaven during former President George Weah term. Right after he left office, they could not spend 6 months there. They back to America and now sitting in the comfort of another man's luxury and making statements that has the propensity to incite our people into violence. We should never do it. No matter what, there will always be election after 6 years. Just be patient. You can propagate positive messages. You can use positive messages to show that President Joseph Numa Boakai is not running the country well, and that message can help in 2029. But to incite and say you forcibly move the president, I think something you did extremely well tonight. If I make call for they make such a silly statement, I think my face should never appear on Spoon. I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you so much. The platform is the greatest platform. We can use it to disagree, but we should not use it to incite our people. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Sandra.
Thank you for coming on, Friday. Let me bring in Ed Conor Gray. Talk to us, Strife.
Stanton, I would like to concur with
you go out there and call Conor Gray just so you can delay getting to me.
But remember, I'm coming to you, man. The man will not stay home, man.
No, I don't stay long, man. So I know we're happy for you, my man.
Is it gonna call you short down, boy? All right, nothing wrong with short down.
Yeah, but I wanted to also invoke history here. I heard Garrison Yellow. I'm not sure if he's councillor now, but I know him to be an attorney.
Yeah, he's Councillor Yellow.
Has he been? If he has been sworn into the bar as a councillor, congratulations to him. But I recall the incident in Nimba when incited to his action when he was governance commissioner. Incited and we lost a prominent, a young man, promising person in Nimba because he was going against Kuhn. And then the same Garrison Yelu is calling now for peace. In fact, matter of fact, he held a very popular movement, feisty movement called the Dode, a movement that went against PYJ, the late. If people want to be consistent with calling for peace, we all have a past. But don't look at another guy and you call him, a war drum beater. Some people are more war drum beater than the others. I think Mr. Jackson made his point clearly. We all don't agree with him sometimes. But to look at one person and call them one Mongol, war beater, look in your back in the rear view mirror. What have you done in the past, to incite violence? But I said to say this to when people are calling Speaker Kofa former speaker, it all lends to the insincerity of our country. Before a person becomes former, he must be voted out. Nobody has done that. And the speaker enjoys his position. Yeah, I agree. Now, when people say they declare a vote of no confidence, you have to follow that. There's another step to that. It's a verbal declaration. We don't enjoy. It does not enjoy the confidence of many people. But again, the question continued to loom. If they have the number, why are they afraid of going to the chamber and vote him out? That's the question we can't answer. And instead of finding shortcut, look, if it happens to one person today, it's going to happen to the next person. Will continue to say kudos to Councillor Kofa or Speaker Kofa. Kudos to him. Hold on, we have to force these people to follow the law. We can't shortcut. That's why our country has not made progress. And as much as some people are extremely angry, you can see from the lips of Mr. Isaac Doe, people are angry. They're frustrated. But you know what? To follow the law, like I say, is very, very difficult. But this guy, if I were to talk to him again, I would say, never give up. Let him go to that chamber there, and you preside, and they'll vote you out. That's the Socratic thing to do. That's what to do, to be able to make people to follow the law in the future, so that people can just jump on and say, you don't enjoy our confidence, then you pack your bag and leave. Who does that? Look, democracy is very difficult. And if we as a people want to take that as the form of governance that guide our pathway, we have to be able to abide by the tenets. You can't shortcut, we lost confidence, we don't have confidence, you stole. All of these kinds of ways of, to surcharge the process. Go vote him out. Get 51, great. We only need 49. If you get 2 extra, great. Vote him out. And then he goes down in history as the guy who was voted out as speaker. Not to be forming group on the side and calling one former, the other, calling.
Thank you, Greg. We know you're going to come early tomorrow. Again, thank you a lot.
I want to come early. I saw the place was flooded.
Yeah, it was flooded today.
How do I come? I say, well, hey.
I don't know whether you quite correct, but let me say my own 2 cents. But I said, Five, you have to go. Can we hold your explanation for tomorrow? I said, Five, because we're not interested. You already get a contract.
Your witchcraft, you try with me tonight. Extend through the. Let me just finish quickly because I got a few now. Man, look, I really want to change the direction. The politics is.
But I really want us to do that. But I said, let me say this. You see, in this business, what trending that what the people follow.
I don't disagree.
I would agree with you, right? I'm hearing some good stuff about this government. But I say, what happened today at the Capitol building? Can't say something. I don't talk about that thing that happened today at the Capitol building. People say you're not serious.
They don't talk about it, but the redundancy of the questioning for over.
And that's what make it. So this is what happened. The redundancy you are talking about, it comes with a new one.
And I don't care how you make it sweet and you twisting that thing and the seed is
listen. I can't lie. What you saw today, let me ask you a question. What you saw today, did you see it before since the whole thing started? No.
I mean,
it never happened. Because on the 17th, it was only Marvin and the guys that fighting amongst themselves. Now today is the Liberian National Police. Today is the Ministry of Finance. It's LRA. It's LTA.
Next will be the army.
Who knows? And that's what we got to discuss this thing. But let me say this though. It's only important, okay? What I'm hearing, people are begging for Latina to take another decision. Seriously. People are telling for Latina to say, you know what? And every one of us, most of us said this thing on the show. But man, just let it be now. Look how to get it, man. EPS security. Look how they get a man brand new car. Look at the man they calling him speaker. The executive going to the man. My man, just let it be for country. Now for that too, he get weight on his shoulder as a vibe. You know what? He got sedition on his shoulder. Then they say you got to uphold the rule of law. You got to be the different person in this ball game. You got to say no.
It's not
Okay?
about citizens. It's
No.
about
I'm telling you what I'm hearing. I am telling you what I'm hearing. Okay? I agree with you. It's not about sedition, but sedition got more into this thing as well. Because you know what? Listen to the remark of Asido. They want to use these opportunities, right? And I know you distance yourself from that, but they want to use the opportunity, right, to do these kind of things and make this kind of remarks. Fonati is a wise man. Fonati who have taken a pen and paper and resigned the very first day. But he want to be different. He want to say, you know what? I'm representing my people. I'm still a representative. But this thing about moving, Alex Tyler, this thing about moving snow, and you force them to resign, I'm not going to do it. That I agree with Fonati shouldn't do.
From day one, I said it. Fonati had the law on his side. He had the right to stand for what he was standing for. The issue is when people start dropping off, when he have the fortitude to stand and say, I still stand for the principle until you can get to your 49. He has demonstrated that. He has demonstrated that he believes in what he's doing. He's forcing the hand for them to get to that point. And people should not be asking him to, let us stay. Let's take our country where it is today.
But so let me do my closing up, brother. I said, because everybody want to go. My thing is that you will say your own, you support Fonati. Great support for that decision. All right, sorry, the rule of law. Then the rule of law. I take it by you support the rule of law, and the rule of law support Fonati. That three-way street, right? And that's what you believe. Vanessa and the other people say, you know what? Fonati time is up. We support the majority black. I want to say to the Liberian people, like Fundela Patrick said, if you got nothing to do around the Capitol building, please don't go. Don't be a spectator.
That makes sense.
Just we pray for our country to remain calm. We pray that somebody intervene and solve this issue. Till Fonati resign or the removing by 49 members. Fonati said he stays the speaker. He remains the speaker. Fonati is not happy. Nobody want to see Liberia going that trash of a road. He's not. Fonati remained very strong. He said, this is what I would be. I disagree with their action. And because you see he disagree with the action, he got people standing by him. The only thing we can do is to pray for the better Liberia. Now, senators meeting Fonati. Senators meeting the other people on the other side. They want to come to a simple understanding that our country can move forward. Tomorrow, they will be in session. Who would have said it right?
I think beyond prayers, we got to start empowering Liberian people to start calling the senators' numbers, their representative numbers, calling their offices, and telling them what to think. You know, because these people are serving the people. They got to do the people's work.
I would take what they were going to say. 2029, people will remember what is going on. What's going on now, people will remember it 2029. They don't mistake.
But still,
I would agree with Gongo, but for my closing, yes, that's what Rich is saying.
So what is motivating the president to send his subordinate, his executive branch, to go to hearings? Why is he doing that? Why is he adding fuel to this fire?
If you ask me, right?
Yeah.
That everybody going to the majority, this is what they say. So let's agree that the president is wrong, right? And let's do the devil advocate. That Richardson, you got the letter. Look at the letter. But again, the letter was PP, by the way. The chief clerk didn't sign the letter. She didn't sign it because she's on medical leave. So you cannot say the chief clerk signed the letter. But look at the letter. It is important to know, right? They invited these leaders, these ministers and directors. When they appear at the Capitol building, they went to the chief clerk, the clerk office, and the sergeant at arms and the clerk directed them to where they want them to go. So the executive branch argument, we have submitted the budget. We got to discuss the budget for the Liberian people business to continue. Now, if the chief clerk or the sergeant at arms tell them, say, listen, you are going to Funati to discuss it, they will follow. Wherever they lead, these people will follow. So these are some of the arguments they are making. Why blame us as an executive if we were only invited and we respected the invitation? You get my point, Dr. Richardson?
I'm
you
getting
don't want
your
it to be on the budget?
I want to ask, okay, under normal circumstances, can lawmakers, like 3 or 4, get together and say they're calling somebody from Ministry of Commerce or they're calling somebody from, Ministry of Finance for a hearing? Can they do that, or they have to be a committee to do that?
So, beautiful question. I am not a lawmaker. By God's grace, I don't know what I will be one. But I will say to you,
don't try
no, I didn't say that. But I will say to you, if I have problem with your ministry, right, Abba, and you're the minister for the Ministry of Agriculture, like you wanted to be on a George Banawea, but he didn't give it to you. So if I requesting, I will put it in. What are you laughing for?
Sector. But let's go ahead with the real story.
But Paul, you're making me laugh. Don't do this. I'm making you. Don't do this.
No problem.
People ask me where I want. I say agriculture, commerce, or finance.
No, but listen,
let me answer my question. I didn't think you come to me while I'm talking.
The argument the executive is making to me doesn't make sense. The executive accept they are in denial. They see that the horse is in disarray.
But it's
every little baby in this country can tell you that there is not a peace and tranquility, whatever that word is,
tranquility
at the Capitol building. People are fighting among themselves there. But then you will actually allow member of the executive branch of government to go there.
I disagree with you, Paul Kennedy. Paul Kennedy, I disagree with you.
Each is its own. You know what you always say, yeah?
I agree. But what I'm saying that because you called me off, I'm saying to you, Paul Kennedy, it's only important that the budget got to go on, right? You got to discuss the budget. So I agree that Funati to get his team. Funati said, "Listen, I'm calling Chief Clerk Brennan to my office." Then they begin to ask questions. But Funati, you can't do business because you do not have quorum. And that's the sticky part about this argument.
So
worry.
So does the budget go on with the anti-rule of law people? So where does can they decide what if the budget is good for Liberia or not? Just those people? What happened to the people that the other 29 or 25 members who have an input about the different counties and all of that stuff?
So the budget should be represented by all the counties members, those lawmakers, right?
Right.
And it is only important for us to understand that at the end of the day, they believe that every county will be represented at the end of the day. But the 72 members have folks, Dr. Richardson, that is headed by the finance committees, so people that chair. They will go and discuss the budget. Not all 72 lawmakers can sit down and talk about the budget. Once it is all said and done, then they get other people involved and other people will take the part, they will go over it. So what these guys are saying, let's stick to this letter. Let's say we receive a letter, we attended to that meeting. They call us, we went there, and whosoever call us, we will go. Whosoever will, let him come to be blessed. Funati can call them. But Funati argument is that now listen, so what happened today in front Farado? They wanted to go in there to be part of the budget negotiation. So Semekoga said, no, you're calling Liberia National Police. Because if they gotta come in here, it will be problem, they will disrupt us, so let it stay outside. Now, that's a sticky issue. Listen, folks, we have to go as a vice in Liberia, he must leave because he's in the studio.
Well, let me ask you a question.
And I'll finish in that one sentence. I will make a
Let me
rough
ask you one question.
I will
After
say
that,
shout out to the Ministry of Agriculture for the agriculture fair that went on.
So again, Alva will do all these things because agricultural, Labrador National Police, Labrador Water and Sewer Corporation.
I know what National Police. I'm just supporting him.
The mayor is getting
stuff.
The mayor is getting all the consultancy contract. We want to say about your trip in Labrador was a successful one. No, I'm not gotta go back. We gotta go. The thing gotta go. Nelson, can you come on, Nelson? Good night, bro.
Let me ask you this. You said the speaker don't have a quorum. The other people have a presiding.
Happy belated birthday.
Yes, because if you look at the fact that they did their own election on the website.
No, my brother, don't sugarcoat this. I know you're on the other side. The Supreme Court.
You ready to accuse me again, bro? No, Conor, I'm not mad. Just say, Conor, I beg you, which side am I on?
You on the side of the majority, my brother.
You on the majority.
That's right. Don't hide it.
Then the majority say I'm on for that side. So you better how you doing now?
The majority know you now.
I'm on the Labrador people's side, Conor.
The majority know you now for that side. But here's the deal. The Supreme Court tells you that the alter virus, in other words, they are sitting illegally without the presiding. But you say they're the majority. It does not matter. The legal side is always the right side. So in as much as they're majority,
you will also have the argument. Let me help you out.
Argument. So that excuse, my brother, that the executive group represented at the budget hearing could not go to the side that has the law on its side, rather they went to the the lawbreaker side. It's also moot. You understand?
Can I help you, please? Let me help you real quick. Let me help you real quick, Conor. Each side have a concrete argument, and they are selling the argument. But we want to do it one at a time, brother. Can I please?
Let me finish my team.
No, I beg you, Conor Gray. I will not let Conor Gray to be in doubt. We can do it one at a time. Each side, the majority black or the minority black, they have a unique argument as per the rule. And I can say this to you. Till you can go and read that thing over and over, you just understand it as you're reading with a second rule book. It's not how it is. When the center cannot hold, things falls apart. And that's why he said the center is not holding because as per the rule, two-third resolution, they said they did it. For the argument, I know you didn't give me due process. They went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court threw coronavirus on everybody. So the coronavirus, they throw on everybody now. That's the problem. But brother, this is very sticky. As per the rule, everybody making a unique argument. But I will say this to you. If we were to wake up this morning, and Fonati say, you know what, we are going in the main chamber. I got 37 members. It was going to be a game changer. If Fonati were going to wake up, come on, son, and say I get 37 members, it was going to be a game changer. But you know what gave Fonati a hard time? He doesn't have 37 members. Forget about the rules, forget about the argument, forget about this. He does not have 37 members. And that's the sticking point about Fonati. So I gotta go. Grandson is here. Nelson, come on the show. That was a good show. No, I gotta end the show. It's 8 o'clock. Nelson, come on the show. But we'll see you tomorrow. But I beg you, Alva, I beg you, we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm begging to talk, my man.
Candidate tomorrow. I beg you, my brother. Happy birthday to your wife. Conor Gray, we'll see you early tomorrow, my brother. Nelson, can I close the show? The beginning is already here. You gave me a hard time. It's good. Come on. Nelson, leave Alva alone. Let's close the show, my man. Alva, go home and late. Thank you. All right, Nelson. Nelson, please, I beg you. You got to be there on time, my man. Don't do this to us. We're begging you. Now, come on, Levi. We can hear you, Nelson.
Okay, I can hear you now. I'm
All
saying
right,
yes.
have a good night. But call me after.
Okay, sir. Okay. Well, folks, thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been a great show. Thanks to the thousands of you who have been here with us, engaging in the comment section, sharing your thoughts on the different issues that were discussed here tonight. We appreciate all of you for being here with us on this edition of the program. Spoon Talk, as you know, this is where you get all the updates. You get critical analysis from a diverse panel here every night, and we appreciate all of you for being here with us on this edition of the program. Thanks to our partner radio stations that have been relaying the program across the country on the different community radio stations. We appreciate all of you. The invitation is yours, folks, to join us tomorrow for another great show. It's going to be very engaging tomorrow. You can make up time to join us. Again, have a good night, everyone. But just before I go, I want to do a special birthday greeting to Sylvester Wowie of our staff. Oh, needed to. Sylvester Wowie celebrates his birthday today. Yes, we want to say happy birthday to you on behalf of the team here for your many contributions, your valuable role you play as one of the team members here. Congratulations or happy birthday to you, Sylvester Wowie. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your birthday today. And to all of you across the world, thanks for joining us. I see just a few of you, Mr. Philip Bala, Stephen T. Pay, Ruth Goba, Maru, thanks for joining us. Clarence Benzin, my cousin Fatima, thanks for joining us. Patrick Daseyu, Mariah Sano Yinantu, thanks for joining us as well. I see Franklin Howard, Fides Cotier, Finda Tamba, Emmanuel Mani, O.P. O'Neill Johnson, George Morris Jr., thanks to all of you for joining us. Freeman, our dear sister, Zoe Power, Eddie Russell, we appreciate you for coming on tonight. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. Sidiki Kamala, Eric Miguel, Alfonso, that's Dolo. Yes, thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Until then, I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night. Liberia is all we have, so let's keep the peace. Bye-bye for now.